environment, what are some of the sectors that you want to have some exposure to?
Yeah, so what we saw actually over the past couple of months, when we saw interest rates on the 10-year go from 5 to under 4, right? You saw long duration assets perform best, specifically technology and long duration treasuries. So my view is that it went too far in terms of yields, and we're going to get some volatility there, and you may get a move up here in the short term. So with that move up here in the short term, I think you'll see technology, as we're seeing, start to discount that, and I think you could see value moving into the technology sector. So I am definitely bullish on technology. I believe that artificial intelligence and companies that are really incorporating into their business are going to perform very well, not just in the short term. I'm talking about over the next 3 and 5 years plus. It could be something bigger than the overall internet. Biotech is the other area, right? So biotech is considered a long duration asset. When interest rates went up, right, they're a high cost intensive business. So that's why biotech is off its high, anywhere between 30% or more. Some businesses are off 50% or more. So I think there's value in biotech as we think about that sector going forward. And just one last thing, you barbell that with some quality sectors such as staples and healthcare. And I do think if you barbell the strategy with quality, emerging growth is what we call it, I think you can perform well over time.
Philip, I got to go to one of the names on your list, Disney. It's a stock I followed as an analyst on Wall Street for over 30 years. Boy, I've never seen this story tougher to call here. And I think we're starting to see that with some of these activist investors and, pro-Bob Iger, anti-Bob Iger, that type of thing. Boy, you got to have some conviction here to be buying Disney or any, old media stock for that matter. But there's certainly so many moving parts for the Walt Disney Company. How are you thinking about this stock?
Yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it. I mean, in my view, though, Bob Iger is an incredible leader and CEO, and 50% of a business doing well or great, it really comes down to management. And having him back in the helm is going to be, I think, tremendous for the business overall. That's number one. Number two, from a technical standpoint, Disney was in a big downtrend, recently broke that downtrend, mainly because activists buying into the business. And I love the idea that value act is involved. So I think with the activists involved, I think with Bob Iger back at the helm, and the focus now getting back into the core of any business that gets back into the core is really important as you think of a business that's looking to turn things around. So getting back into the theme parks and investing $60 billion over the next 10 years is tremendous. It's more about, on the content side, it's more about quality over quantity. And then he's going to try to make the streaming business profitable. And I do believe they're on the road to do that eventually.
Yeah, that's an interesting call. And that's, again, I think probably one of the real question marks is the streaming business. So there, I'm guessing your focus on management is it's uncertain how these companies are going to get the profitability, but we know that Netflix has. So I guess it's a call on Bob Iger and his team.
Yes, absolutely it is, 100%.
All right, Philip, thank you so much for joining us. Philip Palumbo, he is the founder, CEO and CIO. So I guess his word goes. He's the last word at Palumbo Wealth Management. We appreciate getting a few minutes with him. Again, kind of buying the dip here is his macro view. But, kind of be balanced here is also a diversification. We hear that a lot, particularly in times of some dislocations in the markets and some volatility in the market. Adding to commodities also is interesting in private and public REITs, long duration treasury bonds. Ed, what got my attention here, some of the sectors he likes, biotech and technology, but also likes Disney here, which is a bold call because I tell you, if you ask 100 media investors out there, they'd get 50-50 kind of which way that thing could go, and the media space overall. Looking at the markets right here, got the S&P and the Dow both up a little bit here. The NASDAQ pretty much unched on the day, but that's better than where we were before, so picking up a little slack there in the NASDAQ. The Russell now turning positive, up about 0.4%. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Walgreens, that's what we're starting with. The top profit estimates, but it cut its dividend nearly in half. Shares, well, they're lower this morning. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman explains why.
Part of the reason may have been that the company looking at retail comparable sales for the fiscal year, expecting now that they will decline in the low single digits. Previously expected they would be flat. Also talking about a more challenging environment versus the previous outlook. Analysts are very much hoping that the company will shift more into healthcare-related stuff. But the CEO also said he doesn't see more primary care investments.
Walgreens is down more than 9%. CVS Health, well, it could be threatening to hurt sales of a popular drug from AbbVie. Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams explains.
The biggest U.S. drug benefits manager is making a move that will take a bite out of sales for one of the world's top-selling medications. Starting April 1st, CVS Health will no longer offer AbbVie Humira to most of the millions of patients in its commercial prescription plans. Instead, they'll be directed to cheaper copycats of the anti-inflammatory drug that became available last year.
CVS down 0.6%. Novo Nordisk, the drug maker behind Wegovy, has signed research deals with a pair of biotechs. The company will pay as much as $1.1 billion to develop new technologies to tackle diseases linked to weight. The first project is with Omega Therapeutics, the second with Celerity. Meanwhile, Eli Lilly warning against using its popular diabetes and obesity drugs Mounjaro and Zepbound for, quote, cosmetic weight loss. Off-label use of the medications has really sparked some shortages. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
We actually have the markets turning a little bit positive here. The S&P up about 0.3%, the Dow up 0.5%, and the Nasdaq up just fractionally. So we'll keep an eye on that. The Russell's up 0.4%. Yields also higher today. The 10-year Treasury is up about 7 basis points. Let's call it 3.98% on the 10-year. WTI crude oil off just fractionally, $72.25 per barrel. WTI crude, I'm sorry, Bitcoin It is up 2.7%, 44,000, just over 44,000 for Bitcoin. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Immerse.
Thank you, Paul. At least one person has been killed, 2 more injured in a shooting at a high school in Perry, Iowa. That shooting has also triggered a lockdown at Perry City Hall, where the school district offices are located. We're also waiting for more information from police. A press conference is scheduled for just a few minutes from now. This is the students' first day back at school after the winter break. House Speaker Mike Johnson led to a delegation of dozens of Republicans to the southern border to call attention to the migrant crisis. Speaking in Eagle Pass, Texas, Johnson blasted President Biden and his border policies.
Last month alone, we saw the most illegal crossings in recorded history. It is an unmitigated disaster, a catastrophe. And what's more tragic is that it's a disaster of the president's own design.
House Speaker Johnson and his fellow Republicans threatened to starve the entire federal government of funding if the Biden administration does not stop the flow of migrants streaming into the country. Donald Trump taking the Colorado Supreme Court decision to kick him off the 2024 ballot to the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court. Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick has details from Washington.
The former president, unsurprisingly, asked the court to invalidate this decision in Colorado and Maine, and basically to preemptively invalidate any similar decisions in other states. He made the argument that insurrection as a word did not refer to the events of and leading up to January 6th.
Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick reports this puts the Supreme Court at the center of the 2024 campaign. A winter storm is slated to bring snow, rain, and wind to the east this weekend. Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn has details.
First significant storm of the season looks like it's headed towards the northeast and mid-Atlantic this weekend. Now, the major cities are probably going to be spared heavy snowfall due to the fact the ocean's still warm, and there'll probably be some mixing with rain in D.C., Baltimore, also in the New York and Boston area. But north and west of I-95, that's where heavier snowfall is likely and less mixing or no mixing at all. And that's going to result in probably a 3 to 6 inch snowfall, if not more, north and west of Boston, New York City, and D.C. and Baltimore. The cities, though, D.C., Baltimore, New York, and Boston should only end up with about 1 to 3 inches as it looks like right now.
Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg Paul.
Thank you very much, Amy Morris. Well, I'm looking at a recently listed IPO here. We just filed to go public. Immerse Sports, the maker of Wilson tennis rackets and Solomon ski boots, has filed to go public. Initial public offering that could value the group at as much as $10 billion. People familiar with the matter said this is some detailed reporting from back in September from Bloomberg News. Immerse Sports is targeting an IPO of more than $1 billion and could end up seeking as much as $3 billion depending upon market conditions. Some of the people said the company, which is backed by China's largest athletic apparel producer, Anta Sports Products, also owns brands including Louisville Slugger baseball bats, Arc'teryx outdoor gear, and Atomic winter equipment. I'm a big fan of the Wilson stuff and of the Solomon ski equipment. I got some Solomon bindings, Solomon boots, good stuff there. So again, we're thinking about the IPO market here in 2024. There is cautious optimism, I would say, that we can get a pickup in some of this activity. It was a very quiet year for IPOs in 2023 with the rising interest rates, but now potentially rates coming down, valuations a little bit higher in the public markets, and maybe the stigma of doing a down valuation round that has been maybe reduced somewhat in the public markets here. So we'll have to see. But Wilson, tennis rack maker, Immerse Sports, files for an IPO. We'll keep an eye on that. S&P 500 up 0.25%. The Dow up 0.5%. The NASDAQ off just fractionally. Red and green on the screen. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land expand this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Ed Harrison. He's a senior editor of Bloomberg News. He's going to join us to discuss his Everything Risk column, in which he says 2024 is risk being a hot U.S. economy. Nancy Daoud is going to join us, get the market view. She's a private wealth advisor at Ameriprise Financial. And then it's Thursday. That means we'll talk to one B. Ritholtz. Barry Ritholtz, founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management and host of Masters in Business. I have no idea what we're going to talk about. Matt Miller's not here, so maybe we're not going to talk about cars with Barry. But maybe we will. You never know. All right, let's kick this hour off. Nathan Hager, he's got business flash for us.
You'll find a way to talk about cars. I mean, we're talking about stocks. They're starting to firm up a little bit, seeing some life here with the sell-off that we had seen in tech shares. Now starting to trade a little bit flat, but a lot of the focus still on this continued signs of a strong job market while we await tomorrow's December payrolls report from the Labor Department, what it's going to mean for market bets that the Fed can start cutting interest rates earlier than it's been saying. Katie Kaminsky, chief research strategist at Alpha Simplex, says she thinks the Fed's at least done raising rates. So what could that mean for bond investors?
The key that we're going to have to watch is how fast are cuts coming. And I also think we have to be a little bit nervous, too. We need to watch what's happening with supply and treasuries, to look at the end of the curve, to see what's happening there as well as we try to navigate this year as weaker data might come in and as we try to roll over debt throughout the year. So I think this is going to be a year to watch the shape of the curve and to see where the curve actually settles out.
And you can hear more from Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Let's check the curve right now as we check markets all day long here on Bloomberg. The 10-year is down 30 seconds now. The yield at 3.97%. The 2 years at 4.37%. And the long bond, the 30-year, 4.12%. As for stocks, green on the screen now with the S&P up 13 points or 0.3%. 4717 is the S&P level. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 195 points or 0.5% at 37,624. The NASDAQ Composite kind of swinging between gains and losses. Now little change to the upside at 14,591. NYMEX crude is down 1.1%, $71.91 per barrel, so below the 72 handle now. COMEX gold is up 0.5%, up $10.50 at $2,053.40 per ounce. The euro 1.0957 against the dollar, the yen 144.60, and Bitcoin keeps rising on the session, up 2.9%, right above 44,000. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash, Paul.
All right, Nathan Hager, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio, and that's where you will find our simulcast. Jess Menton joins us. She covers equities here. Jess, we got a little bit of firming in the market, as Nathan was just reporting. What are you looking at?
Well, in particular, if you look at the stocks, so the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index that tracks chip makers, it's come off of its lows from earlier this morning, so it's down just about 0.3%. So it had gotten pressured earlier, especially when you're looking at what's happening with the big plunge in Mobileye. So MBLY is the ticker symbol on this. So it's a maker of software and hardware technology specifically for automobiles. So that stock really plummeted. It actually had been down more than 30% in pre-market trading, now down about 26%. So still on pace for its worst percentage loss on record since it did go public through that IPO in October of 2022. So it did give a full year revenue forecast that was much weaker than expected and did spark a sell-off in auto chip suppliers, but some of that has come down a bit. So if you look over at Intel, though, in particular, so it is a former parent company and it is a majority shareholder. So its stock had been down over 1% earlier this morning. But if you look at that, INTC is the ticker symbol for Intel. It's down just about 0.4%. So you are seeing some of those chip maker stocks in particular, and especially some of these auto chip suppliers come off some of those lows from earlier this morning. So you are seeing overall, when you are thinking about over the past couple of trading sessions, in particular, some of that being more supportive today and steady.
Yeah, looking at that, just Intel, stock's up 73% over the trailing 12 months. So it's had a nice, nice run.
And especially when you think about the stocks in particular, so it had quite a run last year, up over 60%. So that did come after it lost about a third of its value in 2022. Obviously, a lot of those supply chain issues, but saw those chip makers bounce back. So you have seen them pressured a bit here to the start of the new year, but still had a great year in 2023, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on with Apple? I mean,
right. Well, AAPL is the ticker symbol on this, down about 1.5%. So when you do look at this stock, it is extending losses for a fourth consecutive session. So you've seen a couple of different downgrades this week with its stock, Paul. So in particular, today, Piper Sandler actually cut its rating on shares from neutral to overweight. So this is actually the second downgrade this week after Barclays did cut its rating on the stock to underweight. Actually happened on Tuesday, so that was due to expectations of soft demand for its latest iPhone. So when you do look at its shares so far this year, down over 5%, down actually 5.5% right now for the year, but obviously that stock was up about 50% last year. Yep. So some losses here, but
I mean, I guess for Apple, and when I listen to the analysts, including Dan Ives, they all basically say something similar, which is it really comes down, the near-term performance of the stock really comes down to China and really demand from China for the iPhone. And what's different, I guess, this time is that Huawei has a good product in the market, a very competitive product in the market. Not that Apple products can't compete with it, but you combine that with, is there a shift in the way consumers may be viewing Western companies and purchasing their products and services? You put all that together, I guess that creates enough uncertainty for some analysts and some investors to say, boy, there's too much risk in that part of the story right now.
And from a fundamental perspective, when you look at the Magnificent Seven stocks, Bloomberg Intelligence crunching the numbers on this, because we will, believe it or not, earnings season coming up. We will have the big banks next Friday with JP Morgan.
Is that right? Next Friday?
Next Friday, January 12th. So you'll have JP Morgan as well as some of the other big banks. But then, of course, in the following weeks after that, you'll begin to have some of those bigger tech and growth companies reporting. When you look at the Magnificent Seven stocks, they're supposed to report about a 22% growth over the prior quarter. So that's more than double when you are looking at what the S&P 500 is supposed to contribute there. But Apple in particular, when you look more from a technical perspective, the RSI right now, if you look at this, it's actually around 29. So it's come way down here if you look at that right on that stock. So it had been
you got to both hand and fist and buy this thing.
Right, exactly.
If you're one of those RSI people, like I am, I think.
So I know people like to look at that. From a technical perspective, though, the pullback recently has pushed that down a lot. But, the fundamentals still pretty strong there, especially when you look at some of these big tech and growth stocks. But what's interesting is Gina Martin-Adams and her team at Bloomberg Intelligence were just showing that how tech's outperformance from an earnings perspective versus the broader S&P 500, it'll continue to narrow in 2024, but still some really strong growth there overall.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at that RSI chart, relative strength index. It's just about to sit right on its 200-day moving average for Apple. It's broken through the 50-day. That's not bueno, but it's just approaching that 200-day moving average. And if you look at the RSI, it is, as you mentioned, 29, right where if you're one of those RSI traders, you start buying.
Right.
Start nibbling.
Because certain traders, they look at daily, but also weekly and monthly can tell you different things. But from this, from a daily perspective, though, right at 29, so technically below that 30 threshold level.
Right. So, I mean, the first couple of days coming into today, the first couple of days of trading were sell-offs, but it didn't feel like anything other than just some profit taking, maybe we got a little over our skis kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how we finish out today. It looks like a little bit of stabilization coming into the marketplace, but it felt like to me, who's not a day-to-day trader out there, felt kind of like a healthy just pullback.
Well, Chris Harvey at Wells Fargo, who heads the equity strategy there, was pointing out in a research note that went out to clients this week how they have a short interest basket, and it had rallied about close to 15% versus about close to 3% for the S&P 500 just before the Fed meeting and then until year end. But then also if you look at what had happened recently, indicating what hedge fund positioning particularly looked like post-Powell and obviously the pivot that we saw that really rejuvenated equities in recent weeks, that year-to-date basket actually had slumped about 4% versus just about a 1% decline in the broader S&P 500. So you are seeing different positioning in sort of short covering happening there from the hedge fund perspective, but also when you think about tax loss harvesting at the year end and different positioning there's a lot of different things going on underneath the surface, and not necessarily, sort of the doom and gloom that people might be when you are looking at some of the economic data, because clearly it has remained strong. We've seen improvements in manufacturing, and obviously eyes on the jobs report on Friday.
Yep, absolutely. Jess Menton, thank you so much for joining us. Jess Menton covers the equity markets, part of our markets team, and it is a excellent team. Joining us here in our Bloomberg studio in New York City. All right, let's check in with Ed Harrison. Why do we do that? Because he's the senior editor of Bloomberg News. He's a smart person, has a ton of experience here covering the markets, and he's got a great column that a lot of people feel like is a must-read, the Everything Risk column for Bloomberg News. His latest one is this: 2024's risk is a hot U.S. economy. What do you mean by that? Ed, senior editor of Bloomberg News, joins us. Ed, what do you mean by the 2024 risk is a hot U.S. economy?
Hey, Happy New Year to you, by the way.
Cheers.
I think the risk is that everyone really is expecting a soft landing, yes. But really, they're expecting that soft landing to be associated with enough softness to get rate cuts. In fact, in the bond market, we have 140 basis points of cuts that are being priced in, and we're already saying that as soon as March we could have a rate cut. That's what the pricing for the market is. If the economy is too hot, and right now we have GDP now at 2.5%, that's too much for those kind of rate cuts to come through. And so if you have to look at where the path of least resistance is, right now it's towards lower yields generally, but this is going to be a huge headwind against that, and therefore that's going to be the pain trade yet again this year.
So is there a reasonable call here that the Fed kind of knows all that, and therefore they may hold back a little bit and push the rate cuts to mid or later in the year to try to kind of avoid some of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the tete-a-tete that you're going to have in the beginning of the year is the Fed versus the markets saying, yes, we're going to cut rates, but how much are we going to cut them by? With the market really, front running these rates very aggressively. But to a person, I think that the Fed officials have been saying over the last several weeks that, yes, that's right. We're going to do it in Q3. We're going to do it in Q4, not in Q1, maybe at the end of the second quarter. It all depends on, obviously, what the data say. And I think that this has all been spurred on by that December dot plot that we got, which showed 75 basis points of cuts more than we had seen in the September dot plot. And then a very some people would say dovish Powell in the press conference after that.
Yeah, we saw that, Ed, as you've called out before in the bond market. We had the 10-year Treasury, which, as Tom Keene likes to say, was a cup of coffee ago was 5%. We traded all the way down to like 3.25% on the 10-year. We backed it up a little bit here now at 3.97%. So, maybe the market's trying to adjust here. I guess the next big data point is going to be the non-farm payrolls tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with the FX rates team, and we're anticipating that hotly, especially because we had the ADP data that came out today that was higher than expected. We also had the jobless claims data, both continuing and initial claims were lower than expected. So there's a lot of angst, if you will, about where we're positioned in the bond market vis-a-vis that jobs report. Because if the jobs report is hotter than expected, exactly as I'm saying, that's the pain trade.
Yep.
Then you could see a big reaction to that.
So what are your sources saying out there in terms of the positioning in the marketplace? I guess in 2023, a lot of the quote-unquote smart money, the hedge funds, had a net short position out there on the Treasury market. On the other side of that trade was long-term investors like mutual funds, like Warren Buffett saying, I'm going to show up at every auction and keep buying U.S. Treasuries. Where do you think kind of the smart, faster money may be with Treasury positioning right now?
Well, that's an interesting question, because ultimately, Matt, I think that we've seen such a big move that you would think that the shorts would move in. But I think people are now, they're unwinding their longs, and we're moving to sort of a more neutral position. We haven't gotten to the point where there are a lot of people who are starting to reanimate the shorts yet. I think that's when we would see a bigger move to the upside for heels if we got that, but we aren't seeing that yet now. And as a result, I'm thinking that, you know, we're sort of in a range-bound mode at this point, with 4% sort of the sweet spot within that mode. You know, the Fed funds at 5.5 sort of limits how much upside you can have because the yield curve would be too inverted. But then at the same time, how much higher can you go from here? I don't think that you're going to get more than up to 425, 435 at the max. So we're kind of in this range where 4% is really kind of a sweet spot for the market at this point in time.
WIRP Go, World Interest Rate Probability Function on the Bloomberg Terminal, kind of tries to forecast where the Fed will go with the rates based upon the Fed funds futures. I don't know. It's pricing in up to 6 rate cuts this year. You know, starting, I don't know when. I mean, how do you feel about that? Is a market just too ahead of itself and maybe not, once again, I'll say underline once again, not paying attention really or listening to Fed Chairman Powell?
Well, you know, it's a good question about what the market's doing collectively. I mean, basically you're trying to you know, give your winners room to breathe. And you know, when the Fed basically gave a green light in December, the people who were bullish in the market, they pushed it to the max, and there hasn't been any push. There hasn't been enough pushback, and we haven't had enough data. We haven't had any Fed meetings to dispel the notion that you could get those 6 rate cuts. So people are putting those positions on. I think that as the data come in, likely those 6 rate cuts will get pared back to a more manageable number. The only way that you're going to get them, unfortunately, is if you have a recession. I think then you're actually going to get more than 150 basis points of cuts. And I know that I think it's Wells Fargo is the one. It's TD. They're the ones who are predicting 200 basis points of cuts.
Wow. Yeah, that would suggest something's askew there in the economy. Hey, Ed, thanks so much for joining us. Ed Harrison, he's a senior editor for Bloomberg News, got tons of experience in the markets. He's also a former diplomat at the U.S. State Department. How about that? So he's kind of got a varied experience, a great worldview looking at these markets here as part of our Bloomberg News team. Appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. As we were speaking, markets working higher. S&P 500 is up about almost 0.5%. The Dow up 0.75%, and NASDAQ up 0.25%. So we got a little bit of a turn to the positive here. Yields a little bit higher. 10-year 3.97% on your U.S. 10-year Treasury. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Paul, there's been another big acquisition in the global energy sector. APA Corp has agreed to buy shale explorer Quant Petroleum for $4.5 billion, including debt. Now, the all-stock transaction, it's been approved by both boards of directors and is expected to close during the second quarter. APA right now down about 7%, but Quant Petroleum is up about 3%. To the food sector, where a drop in egg prices weighed on quarterly results at Cal-Maine. But after a falling in pre-market shares, they're rebounding. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle explains why.
Probably because of the decline into today, right around 7%. So some of this may be priced in relative to that adjusted earnings miss. They missed by 57%. They put up 35 cents, and that's also a 91% year-over-year decline. So some real weakness there. But it seems as though with the stock up a bit, that investors are relieved that it wasn't worse than perhaps what they had expecting. They also mentioned that they lost about 3% of their flock.
Cal-Maine up almost 2.5%. And Conagra Brands has cut its fiscal year guidance. The company behind Slim Jim Meat Snacks and Duncan Hines Cake Mix, it now expects organic sales to be down 1 to 2% for the year, ending around late May, compared with a prior forecast for 1% growth. And consumers, they became more cautious about spending during the final months of 2023. And Conagra, well, they expect that to continue into the coming months. And Immerse Sports, the maker of Wilson tennis rackets, has filed for a U.S. initial public offering. Now, sources tell Bloomberg that the Finland-founded company is targeting an IPO of more than $1 billion, and a listing could value the firm at as much as $10 billion. Those are the company stories we're following. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Coming up to 11:22 on Wall Street, I'm Nathan Hager. We check the markets all day long here on Bloomberg, and equities are firming some gains here with the S&P 500 up 19 points or 0.4%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 260 points. That's a 0.7% gain. And the NASDAQ Composite tech shares that had been on the decline earlier, now they're up 31 points or 0.2%. 9 of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P are in the green, led highest by financials, healthcare, and industrials. Energy and materials are the only sectors in the red right now. 10-year Treasury's down 16/30 seconds, so the bond sell-off continues. The yield on the benchmark 3.97%. The 2-year is at 4.37%. NYMEX crude is down 1 1/3% or 96 cents, trading at $71.73 per barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.4% or $8.80 at $2,051.60 per ounce. The euro 1.0960 against the dollar. The pound 1.2698. The yen 144.56. Bitcoin's up 2.4%, trading close to 44,000, Paul.
All right, Nathan Hager, thank you so much. We appreciate that. I want to follow up on some of the reporting from Lisa Mateo talking about egg prices. It's just amazing. Yes, there is an index on the Bloomberg terminal that follows egg prices, EGGY LWSE index. That is the USDA large egg prices delivered to warehouses in the southeastern United States. It's measured in cents per dozen. So there's some global data person for Bloomberg in Princeton or New York or Hong Kong or London that's tracking egg prices. How cool is that? So we can bring it to you. But just to give you the numbers, back in kind of March of 2019, a dozen eggs, about $1.10. That spiked to $5.36 at kind of towards the ends of 2022. So a 5x increase in the price of eggs. We're now down to about $2.35 for a dozen eggs. So it had gotten below $1 back in May of 23. So huge volatility, but back down towards more normalized levels. That's kind of in line with what our global technical director, Ken Fallio, who's also a master baker, has been telling us about eggs. So we'll stay on top of this egg story for you, no question about it. All right, let's broaden it out to the global markets here. Nancy Daoud, she is a private wealth advisor at Ameriprise Financial. She joins us via Zoom. Nancy, I'm not going to ask you about your egg call here, but what are you telling your clients here about 2024 positioning? Because, boy, that was a heck of a rally we had in stocks and bonds at the end of 2023.
Yes, indeed it was. She said November and December were stellar after a dismal September and October. And it really demonstrates, that if you are invested in the market, you need to stay the course. Because if you had given up or worse, got out in September or October, you really missed a humongous run. And that could make a dramatic difference in your outcomes for your financial goals over your lifetime, quite frankly, because it would take a long time to recover from something like that. So despite all of the events in 2023, the rate hikes and all of the tumultuous ups and downs, it ended pretty well.
So I guess 2023 kind of said to a lot of people, hey, that 60-40 portfolio thing, which did not work in 2022, it did okay because we had some nice gains across the fixed income space to pair against, obviously, the nice gains we saw in equities. How do you think about allocation for your clients, equities, credit, all that kind of thing?
There's no cookie cutter model here. It's a very individual thing. So it really has to do with goals, the time frame for the goals, and the appetite for risk, or what I call stomach lining. These are the things that determine asset allocation. Yes, there are a lot of models out there, 60-40, 70-30. Those are great guidelines, but if you really want to do the right job, it has to be an individual situation. You have to look at this individually. Where am I going and for how long?
All right.
When am I going to spend? That's really what it comes down to.
Understood. I've been in this market long enough to remember when Japan was a hot market, that if you were an executive on Wall Street, you had to do a management stint in Japan. And we characterized Asia as Japan, and non-Japan, Asia, everything else. For the past 20 years, that has not been the case. But there's been no growth. There's been no reason to really, increase your exposure or to allocate more to Japan. I'm starting to hear that change a little bit. I'm starting to hear people like Warren Buffett making some investments in Japan. How do you think about, when you go outside the U.S. looking at a place like Japan?
Well, first, I'm just not old enough to remember those days
of course.
in Japan. But I do agree that Japan probably looks the most attractive outside of the U.S. right now. And the reason is because they're changing their way that they look at investing. The regulation is changing, and they're actually looking for return on investment now, whereas before they weren't even looking at that, which makes no sense to anybody here in the U.S. But yes, I agree that Europe is still very shaky, and certainly China is extremely negative at this point. But Japan looks very attractive. I would have, if I was going to venture outside the U.S., that would be where I would go.
Interesting. All right. So, how about some sectors here that you think your client should be exposed to?
Well, still large cap value. And in those sectors, financials have done very well, especially more recently. And, I know energy has really dropped, but given the big wild cards here in 2024 are the geopolitical risk. We have war on several fronts. We have blasts going off and from Iran. This could escalate and turn into something pretty big any day with no notice. So that's definitely something to look for. And also, let's not forget that this is a presidential election year. So those are the two big risks on the table. So given that, we still advocate large cap value, some dividend stocks, healthcare, financials, and the sectors that will give us the biggest income to offset volatility, because that certainly is expected while we gel into this post-inflationary period, the transition.
So the healthcare, it just seems like if you're a healthcare company, you're either a weight loss healthcare company or you're not a weight loss healthcare company. Does that factor into your outlook for that sector?
Well, certainly you do have to be selective in which companies. Now, I can't name specific companies, but the sector as a whole will do well, whether it's weight loss or non-weight loss. Weight loss is very popular, especially in January with everybody's New Year's resolution, which fizzles out very quickly within 2 weeks into January. But selectivity is certainly an advice across the board, not just in the healthcare sector. It is a narrower market. It's not a broad market still.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate getting some of your thoughts. Nancy Daoud, she is a private wealth advisor for Ameriprise Financial, also the CEO at Opus Advice First. Let's talk a little bit of economics. We've got some breaking news here. Michael McKee joins us. Michael, what's happening with our friends at the New York St. Louis Fed?
They are getting a new boss.
Really?
Alberto Musalem. He is a PhD economist and has worked on Wall Street for a significant amount of his career, also at the IMF and also at the New York Fed. He was most recently the non-executive chair at the Mann Group and a member of the board at Freddie Mac. He says he'll resign those two positions. He was the CEO of Events Asset Management, and he was a managing director and partner at Tudor Investment.
Oh, okay.
So he has got a broad Wall Street background, and it looks like some experience at the Fed, so he has straddled both worlds.
So when a bank, regional bank gets a new head, how do you kind of view it? Is there a period of just kind of get to know each other, figure things out, and is this new Fed president given, I guess, authority over some period of time, or how's that work, the transition?
Well, Jim Bullard is already gone.
Yep.
He left last August, and he's now at Purdue University. Now, the first vice president for the St. Louis Fed takes over and represents the St. Louis Fed at all the Fed meetings and things like that. Kathy O'Neill, she is not voting this year, so it's not an issue. She presents what information she has to the Fed and takes part in the discussions. He is going to take over starting in April 2nd. So he will miss the first 2 meetings of the year and then begin to take part. He doesn't vote until 2025.
Okay. Historically, what's the role of the St. Louis Fed been? Did they have a reputation for representing?
It evolved. It was known as one of the kind of monetarist banks where the money supply and that sort of thing mattered a lot. But under Jim Bullard, that went away as monetarism sort of died out when it became hard to tell exactly what was money these days. And then the President Bullard, rather, sort of became one of the thought leaders at the Fed. He came up with the idea of regimes, where you didn't change monetary policy unless the whole regime of the economy changed. And he was one of the first to really get dovish going into COVID and coming out of the great financial crisis. So that's kind of their reputation. We'll see what Mr. Musalem has to say.
All right, exciting news for those Fed watchers. St. Louis Fed names ex-tutor and New York Fed executive as president. St. Louis, the gateway to the West. Alberto Musalem is now its new president. So new news we wanted to bring to you. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We get world and national news with Amy Morris.
Thank you, Paul. Police say there was a shooting at a high school in Perry, Iowa. Dallas County, Iowa Sheriff Adam Infante says there were multiple gunshot victims, but would not say if anyone was killed. Jasmine Augustine tells the Associated Press she went to drop off a friend at Perry High School this morning, and she was told there had been a shooting.
I pulled into the school, and someone told me that there was an active shooter in the school, and then we hurry up and left. After that, there's just tons of cops that just came.
Now, the school district has canceled classes for tomorrow. This was the kids' first day back at school after the winter break. The investigation is ongoing, and another update is expected this afternoon. We're also learning more about those 2 explosions in Iran yesterday. State-run Islamic Republic news agency says that first explosion was detonated by a suicide bomber. The blasts killed nearly 100 people, building on signs that the war against Hamas could tip into a broader regional conflict. More now with Bloomberg's Roz Matheson.
Even Iran seems to be aware of this risk of broader escalation and not necessarily wanting that to happen. And so we'll probably see some sort of calibrated response that's not directly targeted at Israel or the U.S.
Officials say that second blast was also probably a suicide bomber. They're still investigating. House Speaker Mike Johnson digging in on an immigration bill Democrats say is too tough after leading Republicans on a delegation trip to the border yesterday. Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick with details.
So if there is middle ground to be found in these border negotiations, which so far were hoped to unlock the Ukraine negotiations as well, it's not middle ground that has been found or reached just yet.
Bloomberg Government Congress reporter Jack Fitzpatrick in Washington. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
$11.40 on Wall Street. I'm Nathan Hager. Stocks are clawing back gains. Treasury yields are rising with strong jobs data today. Investors are waiting for tomorrow's payrolls report. After the latest Fed minutes indicated rates could stay restrictive for some time. MetLife Chief Market Strategist Drew Mattis says they should. He's in the recession camp.
Last month, we had a big drop in the unemployment rate. Inflation's still at 3.2%, and everyone's talking about like, oh, they'll cut less. If the unemployment rate keeps moving lower and inflation's above 3, we shouldn't be talking rate cuts at all. We should be thinking about whether or not they'll have to restart the rate hike cycle.
Hear more from MetLife's Drew Mattis on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Now, we check the markets all day long on Bloomberg, and as I said, stocks are moving higher now with the S&P up 17 points or 0.4%. The Dow's up 256 or 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite up 22 points or 0.2%. 10-year Treasuries down 17.30 seconds, yield 3.98%. NYMEX crude's down 2% at 71.23 per barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.5% at 2,053.10 per ounce. The euro is at 1.0958 against the dollar. WW International, formerly known as Weight Watchers, it's down 11.6%. Eli Lilly announced it's launching a new digital platform for home delivery of select medications, including obesity drugs. Lilly shares are up 1.7%. And ESPN has reached an 8-year, $920 million media rights extension with the NCAA. It includes lots of women's championships as well. Shares of ESPN parent Disney are down 1.1%, Paul.
All right, Nathan Hager, thank you so much. We appreciate it. It is Thursday. That means we are privileged to speak with one B. Ritholtz. Barry Ritholtz, he is the host of Masters in Business podcast on Bloomberg Radio. He's also the chairman and chief investment officer of Ritholtz Wealth Management. I think he's got a new podcast, At the Money. So he's got 2 podcasts out there. He's got a day job. He's author of Bailout Nation, and I think he might even be working on another book. So I don't know. He's got a lot of balls in the air, but we got a few minutes of his time here. Hey, Barry, thanks so much for joining us here. I'm a little reticent to ask, but what is the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia's state coincident indicators, and why should I care?
So this is something that the Philly Fed has been tracking for a dozen years, maybe even longer. Maybe it's 20 years. And they look at 4 state-level variables for all 50 states. It's non-farm payroll, it's average hours worked in manufacturing, it's unemployment, and it's wage and salary offset by CPI. And as it turns out, taking this list of indicators and breaking it down on a state-by-state basis gives you a great snapshot, not of things that are lagging or leading, but here's the state of the economy today. And so I like to look at it and compare it over time. And, you go back to a few years ago when 49 states were expanding and 1 state was neutral. You go back 12 months ago, the same period, they look at a 3-month trailing period, and a year ago, 30 states were expanding, 13 were contracting, and 7 were stable. That has fallen quite a bit. Now, half the states, 25, are expanding, 21 are decreasing, and 4 are flat. And what this is telling us, following 18 months of Fed rate hikes, is that the hikes are biting, and overall, the U.S. economy is beginning to slow. We are not in a contraction yet. We're certainly not in a recession, and economists have been incorrectly forecasting a recession for, it seems like 2 years. This is quantitative evidence that, hey, we are slowing, and the question is, when does this stop? If this continues to slow, then you'll see rate cuts. And if this stabilizes or starts to expand again, then don't expect rate cuts all that soon.
It's interesting just kind of looking at it on a state-by-state basis. I'm less concerned if Wyoming's slowing or even in a recession than I am, say, Texas or California or Florida or New York. So how's the regionality here?
So Florida, Texas, California has been doing fairly well. A year ago, New York was as deep into the expansion as it gets. New York is now flat this year. This month, I'm sorry, the November 2023, the trailing 3 months. And that's pretty much because you're seeing a slowdown in real estate. The previous year, you saw a slowdown in finance, although obviously last year wasn't too terrible. And some other industries in New York just have been doing okay, not great.
It's interesting. Do you think the Fed looks at it on a state or even a regional basis when it's looking at the state of the U.S. economy, or you think they just look at the national numbers and go policy making from there?
So some of the researchers at the Fed pay attention to this, not just the researchers in the Philly Fed, but the Federal Reserve in D.C. This is a data point that people look at. And, you know, I know Jerome Powell likes to look at leading indicators to kind of give him a heads up as to what's happening. When we look at coincident indexes, sometimes you have to go a step or two away. Hey, what's going on with wages? What's going on with unemployment? And you'll notice a lot of the areas that are slowing down, a big part of that slowdown is driven not by commercial, but residential real estate. And when you see, people forget how giant a driver of the economy real estate is, not just the transaction in the house, what the builders get, what the real estate agent gets, but all the data shows that when someone buys a new house, they tend to decorate, they buy furniture. Very often they'll buy a second or a new car. They'll do all these things that are highly stimulative of the economy. And so the greatest argument you can make for why the Fed should ease off on where rates are is simply, hey, we have a I don't want to even call it a bubble. We have a shortage of houses which have driven prices up. You've put the kibosh on that. All the builders are working overtime to catch up on the supply issue, but you've also accidentally locked people in place, because if you have a 4% or a 3% mortgage, it's too expensive to move and get a 7% mortgage. You need to let rates come back down somewhere in the 5s to bring on more supply and reduce that mayhem we've seen in the real estate space. So it's worth looking at this. I don't think it's the prime driver of Fed decisions, but it's certainly something that gives us some insight into, hey, if this keeps slowing down, if this continues on the path it's been since the Fed began raising rates, I'm not in the recession camp, but it's not that hard to see. Allow this to continue to get worse and worse, and you're going to make a recession inevitable. At a certain point, the Fed is going to have to say, hey, we're about to have a recession. We have to do something. And keep in mind, this is an election year. Yep. They don't like to cut rates in September, October, November. Really, we have till the middle of the summer before they are in that sort of no-fly zone because of politics.
30 seconds, Barry. Any theme that you're looking for 2024?
No, you know, the fact that the Earth is in the same place relative to the sun it was 12 months ago has no impact on the economy, the stock market, anything else. It's just think of a series of successive here and nows. Great run last year, amazing run. Historically, that tends to continue. We tend to see momentum sustain itself. Let's hope the first 2 days of the year were a little aberrational.
All right, very good. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio, is also Chairman and Chief Investment Officer of Ritholtz Wealth Management, sharing a few minutes of his time here on these markets. Looking at the S&P 500 up 0.3%, the Dow up 237 points. That equates to a 0.6% increase. And the Nasdaq's pretty flat, just up marginally. Russell 2000 up 0.4% here. So some solid green on the screen after two big sell-off days. Maybe a lot of folks will tell you that's kind of a healthy part of a market to get a little bit of a pullback every now and again. So we'll see where we go here. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. American residential home construction company PulteGroup has been downgraded by UBS. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld says it's really a case of being a victim of its own success.
It rallied almost 127% last year alone. You compare that to the broad home builders index up just a pedestrian 81%. And that's a big reason behind UBS's downgrade to neutral. The firm is still positive on home builders in general, but when it comes to PulteGroup, margins and returns should normalize more than its peers, a process that'll take us through 2026.
Now, aside from the downgrade, UBS also lifted its price target to $120 from $93, and that can explain why shares are higher. Right now, they're up about 0.7%. And an about face for Cigna, who has been expanding its footprint. The healthcare provider is said to be nearing a deal to offload one of its businesses. Bloomberg's Joan Doniger has that story.
Cigna is said to be in advanced talks now to sell its Medicare Advantage plan to Healthcare Service Corporation, which runs Blue Cross Blue Shield in Illinois and 4 other states, for what the Wall Street Journal says is as much as $4 billion. This would be a major expansion for HCSC, since Cigna offers Medicare plans in nearly 30 states.
Now, Cigna is up about nearly 1.5%. Healthcare services down about 0.1%. And shares of Mobileye Global, well, that's the Israeli autonomous driving technology maker, they are tanking. They're down right now about 25%. And this is after the company's 2024 revenue forecast missed estimates. The company also anticipates first quarter revenue. That'll be down about 50% from a year earlier. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
We've got a little bit of a mixed tape out here. The S&P up about 0.2%, the Dow up about 0.5%, but the NASDAQ off just fractionally here. Yields are higher here. 10-year Treasury 3.98%. WTI crude oil, it's off 1.6%. We're at $71.50 a barrel here. Gold steady, $2,045 an ounce. And Bitcoin up 2.4%. We got there for Bitcoin, 43,900, so just before that, just below that 44,000. Nice round threshold here. But right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Immerse.
Thank you, Paul. Police say there was a shooting at a high school in Perry, Iowa. Dallas County, Iowa Sheriff Adam Infante.
Officer first arrived within 7 minutes of that activation and located multiple gunshot victims. We're still unclear of exactly how many are injured or what the extent of those are, but we're working on that right now.
Sheriff Infante says the shooter was identified and is no longer a threat to the community. The school district has canceled classes for tomorrow. Now, this was the kids' first day back at school after the winter break. This investigation's ongoing. Another update is expected this afternoon. Now, in Maine, just yesterday, gun reform advocates made their voices heard as hundreds of people crowded into the State House in Augusta on the first day of the legislative session. Arthur Bernard, who lost his son, spoke out.
This is not about taking guns, okay? This is about doing the right thing and finding the right politicians who are willing to do the right thing more than they're afraid of losing their jobs.
His son, Arthur Strout, was one of 18 people killed in a mass shooting at a bowling alley in October. Donald Trump is taking the Colorado Supreme Court decision to kick him off the 2024 ballot to the U.S. Supreme Court. Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick has details from Washington.
The former president, unsurprisingly, asked the court to invalidate this decision in Colorado and Maine, and basically to preemptively invalidate any similar decisions in other states. He made the argument that insurrection as a word did not refer to the events of and leading up to January 6th.
Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick reports this puts the Supreme Court at the center of the 2024 campaign. A winter storm is slated to bring snow, rain, wind to the eastern part of the U.S. this weekend. Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn with the latest.
First significant storm of the season looks like it's headed towards the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic this weekend. Now, the major cities are probably going to be spared heavy snowfall, but north and west of I-95, that's where heavier snowfall is likely and less mixing or no mixing at all. And that's going to result in probably a 3 to 6 inch snowfall, if not more, north and west of Boston, New York City, and D.C. and Baltimore.
If it materializes, it would be the first measurable snow in 2 years for D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul.
And Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Here's a great story on the Bloomberg Terminal about our favorite real estate market in Miami. It's 72 degrees and sunny in Indian Creek Village, a town for the ultra-rich on an island off the coast of Miami. Perfect winter morning in Florida's billionaire bunker. Out of sight this day with Jeff Bezos, the world's second richest person and the newest addition to the insulated enclave. His purchase there means that the island's 5 wealthiest property owners alone control fortunes totaling some $191 billion. That's according to the Bloomberg Billionaire Index. The exclusive paradise, accessible for those with invites via a single, heavily guarded bridge, is ground zero for the unprecedented migration of wealth to South Florida over the past 5 years. It's also a showcase for the issues cropping up throughout the region as well. Soaring home prices, one of the country's fastest inflation rates, and a growing divide that separate the elite from the hoi polloi, who increasingly struggle to avoid to live there. The island itself even has its own version of gentrification. The merely affluent are now being displaced by the fabulously wealthy, able to spend $100 million for a mansion in Indian Creek, which was built almost 100 years ago for that generation's rich here. So they're seeing some price inflation down there in the real estate market in South Florida. It's coming, the billionaires are outpacing some of the millionaires. So keep an eye on that market down there. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to talk banks. We've had a lot of analysts, fund managers coming on saying it's time now to look at banks. And I wonder if that means regional banks or just the big money centers. We're going to check in with Herman Chen. He's the senior analyst for regional banks for Bloomberg Intelligence, see if it's time to get back into that sector. Hugh Johnson joins us. He is chairman at Hugh Johnson's Economics and give us his forecast for 2024. Then we're going to talk a little real estate. We were just talking about the Miami market. Kate Kaminsky, COO of Walton Global, joins to give us the latest on housing, mortgage rates, commercial real estate, all that kind of good stuff. So we're going to span the globe here and talk about a lot of different markets. First, we're going to kick things off as we do in this hour with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Paul Sweeney, and happy Thursday. We have got the Dow in the green now, solidly advancing by 0.5%. S&P up for the first time this week. We've got NASDAQ, the composite index, lower little change, down less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index, little changed as well, down now by 3 points, down less than 0.1%. Treasury yields rose, stocks clawed back gains after robust jobs data sparked doubts about how soon and how deeply the Federal Reserve could start cutting interest rates. Again, the S&P up 9 right now, higher by 0.2%. 10-year 3.98%. We've got the 2-year 4.37%. Gold up 2.20 the ounce to 2,043, up 0.1%. Bitcoin up 2.3% now at 43,933, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude after yesterday's surge. WTI down now by 1.9%, 71.32 a barrel. Phil Palumbo is Chief Investment Officer at Palumbo Wealth Management, and he told us right here on Bloomberg Markets, when stocks are declining, he is moving in.
Overall, there are two key catalysts that I find to be very interesting and why I'm a buyer on dips. Number one is there's going to be an earnings acceleration and growth in this year in 2024 and going into 2025, somewhere around north of 10%. And you have a Fed that's going to be decreasing rates, whether it's 3 cuts, whether it's 6 cuts, or the bottom line is going to be decreasing rates. And we're in an election year. So when you have those three particular situations occurring, you should get a good run overall with the market.
And speaking of dips, we've got Apple down again today, down another 1.5%. Another downgrade for Apple today, the second this week. It was already the least loved big tech stock on Wall Street. Growing concerns over iPhone sales, according to Piper Sandler. Again, Apple shares trading lower now by 1.5%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, they are both higher. We have got NASDAQ trading lower by 20 points, down now by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Paul Sweeney, live here solo in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube.com. You can go over there and just check us out. We got the audio, we got the video, we got the whole thing going. Yeah, I'm solo. Couldn't find a friend for 3 hours today. Someone just strolls in here, Emily Grafeo. She covers the equity markets for us. Maybe she's going to help us out to figure out what's going on out there in the equity markets. We got some red, we got some green. What are you seeing?
Well, I'm looking at one stock in particular, Mobileye Global. The ticker is MBLY. This is Israel's most valuable publicly traded company. They make semiconductors for driver assistance systems in vehicles, and they are seeing their worst intraday drop since April 2023, down as much as 29% today after they released a preliminary earnings report that said they expect full-year revenue to be much lower than the average analyst estimate. So looking at that stock again, MBLY.
Is it anything to do with the war there? Are they citing that as a reason?
I'm not exactly sure. You would think that that would have an impact because,
I'm
again,
not seeing in the reporting.
But yeah, it doesn't look like at least the Bloomberg article about this didn't highlight that. Maybe it has to do more with chips being more expensive, but I'm not exactly sure.
So
the
demand
details
for
behind this
automotive
now.
chips has held up stronger than other parts of the electronics industry, helped by the addition of more electronic functions in each vehicle. I can tell you that because I just bought a new car. That may be no longer be enough to support high levels of chip shipments as overall demand for cars slows and the surge in sales of electric vehicles, which require even more chips, shows signs of abating. So that's according to Bloomberg reporting. So maybe it doesn't seem to be anything related to the war in Gaza, just the what's happening in terms of the overall demand there. But I mean, again, I just bought my first new car in 10 years, and it is ridiculous how much gadgetry there is in there. I mean, it's basically my iPhone with 4 wheels. You know, I mean, it's just crazy. Everything is touch, and again, everything's electronically all fired up. So no more rolling down your windows. Those days are gone. You don't even remember that.
What do you? Oh, you just push the button. Yeah, I wasn't there when we had to roll. I just pushed the button.
All right, what else you got
Always.
for us?
Do you know what a Stanley Cup is? Not
No.
sports related.
No.
Okay, so.
Other than
Other than the sports related. So there is a phenomenon on TikTok of people buying these like $40 Stanley cups. It's from the company Stanley. It's basically a drink tumbler that you can drink water out of.
Okay.
And I guess the competitors on Wall Street to Stanley didn't think that this was a big deal. But today, we have shares of Yeti Holdings, which is a Stanley competitor, falling about 1% right now. Canaccord Genuity cut their recommendation on the drinkware maker to hold from buy, and they cited the competitor Stanley. They said Stanley is a much larger foe than we originally thought. And when I saw that, I immediately thought of how everybody that I know has a Stanley Cup. It's all over TikTok. Recently saw an article on People magazine that people were getting trampled at Target because they were trying to buy a limited edition Stanley Cup.
Do we know the Stanley Cup does anything better, different than the Yeti Cup? Because the Yeti Cup is revolutionary. I mean, you put a drink in there and it's cold the whole day or hot. I don't know how they do it.
I think it's just a trend.
Okay.
But if you look at the Bloomberg article, said that revenues for Stanley up 87% in 2023 and up tenfold since 2019. Or the Canaccord Genuity, excuse me, they were the ones that highlighted this. They said Stanley does not appear to be a flash in the pan. I think it's just one of those things that one person has it on TikTok.
And it's a social media driven thing.
It's a social media driven trend,
Well, here's
and everyone wants
another
one.
fundamental difference between your generation and mine. My generation, when you're thirsty, you get a drink of water. You guys hydrate.
Yes.
So you guys fill up these tubs like you're never going to ever have access to water ever again, and then you plop them at your desk.
And then you just sip it. I don't have a Stanley Cup, but like I kind of want one, but I also want to be contrarian and not get it.
I see what you're saying. I mean,
Maybe I'll
some
get a
people
Yeti.
have the old milk jugs, you know, this clear plastic. You fill them up with water and leave them on their desk.
Yeah.
At Bloomberg, like the people that I used to work with at Bloomberg Intelligence, these young analysts.
When I was walking to the radio booth, I saw a Stanley Cup. A reporter in our newsroom had one.
I'll have to take a look at that.
Yes.
All right, that's good stuff. That's news you can use. Yeti Holdings drops as Canaccord cuts on Stanley competition. That's a great headline by Bloomberg, by the way. Tells you everything you need to know. Emily Graffeo, thank you very much. You can go back to your desk and do whatever it is you do. You could stay here, but no, you can go back and actually do your real job. So we appreciate it. Emily Graffeo, she covers all the markets for Bloomberg News. We appreciate getting her report here. All right. I've been hearing a lot of people, fund managers, strategists, when they talk about 2024 and maybe some of the sectors that we should be looking at, they say banks. Now, I think they mean like JP Morgan, Bank of America, those types of things. I'm not sure they're talking about the regional banks, the community banks that really had some problems in the beginning of last year. So I wanted to flush that out, and there's only one person to do that. That's Herman Chan. He covers all of the regional banks for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So Herman, is it too early to go back into regional banks yet? Because I know you were very good at telling us it's an earnings problem. Right. It's an earnings challenge for these banks. It's not necessarily a credit risk problem. It's an earnings problem. So where are we?
Right now, the market's been pretty optimistic. You've seen a big rally in regional banks over the past couple months to end the year, and that's really driven by interest rates, right? The market's now expecting 5, 6 rate cuts in 2024, which would help alleviate some of the earnings issues, the revenue issues from higher funding costs. So that's really what's driving the rally. It remains to be seen if that will hold, but it's more optimism on rates more than anything else.
So I see, I'm just kind of looking at my Bloomberg chart, just from the lows back in, I guess, late October, The Spider S&P Regional Banking ETF, which is KRE, is the ticker, up about 33%. So again, that nice rally you were talking about. Where are we in terms of valuation? Is there still room to grow here? Do we still have earnings risk? How do you put it all together?
Yeah, sure. So valuation's still fairly low, attractive. We were towards that October timeframe. We were about 1 times tangible book value on an adjusted basis, which is historically the trough level. So now we're a bit higher than that. The revenue picture and the earnings picture is going to be a wild card with credit quality, right? So if the market's correct that we see rate cuts, the net interest margins for the banks could improve in 2024. But what's still in flux is really what's happening with credit quality. Are banks going to see higher loan losses from areas like commercial real estate, particularly office commercial real estate, multifamily commercial real estate? So those are the questions that still remain unanswered for 2024.
So in terms of the commercial real estate exposure, is it at the JP Morgans of the world, or is it at the M&T banks of the world?
Yeah, sure. So it's more at the M&T banks of the world and increasing and higher as you go lower in scale and size for banks, right? So the smaller community banks have more commercial real estate, and it sort of grows as you become a large regional bank. And then the banks like JP Morgan have more diversification. So it really, we parse the numbers. Looking at office commercial real estate, it's about 2% on average for the banks that I cover, the large regional banks. So it's a fairly manageable exposure. It really does create a lot of headline risk. And when you see when the banks reported in the fourth quarter, for example, there were a couple of flagged non-performing loans in office commercial real estate. So that spooked the market a little bit for banks like Zions and PNC, for example.
Right. So, all right. So where are we in terms of the earnings recovery for these banks? Have we seen trough earnings, do you think, or is there still risk to the estimates out there?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good question for banks heading into earnings season over the next couple of weeks. The banks have talked about, even before the expectation of rate cuts in 2024, that net interest margins would stabilize because there hasn't been any rate hikes in recent quarters. So that's something that's been beneficial for banks to stabilize their margins and not have their funding costs increase like they did in most of 2023. So that's helpful. And if you do get rate cuts, that would even alleviate some of the pressures of higher deposit costs and banks having to pay up to attract deposits into regional banks.
All right. M&A. I bumped into my buddy on the train today. He's an M&A banker for an investment bank that specializes in banks. He has deferred his retirement for a while, much to his wife's chagrin, because he thinks he's going to print money over the next 3 years, putting these banks together on the M&A front.
Right.
I mean, I guess what I learned during the regional bank crisis from last year from reading your research is that there's 4,000 regional banks around the country.
Right.
I don't know if that's a big number or a small number. It seems like a lot.
Yeah.
It seems like maybe there's ripe for some consolidation. How do you think that plays out?
Yeah, we do think there's it's an industry that's very ripe for consolidation that will happen over time. Regional banks in particular, the ones that I cover, are facing higher regulatory scrutiny, tougher regulatory costs, so that all entails a need for scale. And the banks have talked about that collectively, saying that when costs are higher, especially on the regulatory side, you need scale to really absorb some of these costs. And so that's something that the banks are open to. Really, it depends on a couple of factors. One, the regulatory response for M&A. The Biden administration has been pretty cautious on bank M&A, and you've seen the Fed be very slow in approving bank deals over the past several years. So that's a factor. It creates a lot of uncertainty for the banks, for the buyer and acquirer to deal with an elongated regulatory approval process. And number two, interest rates. When rates were as high as they were, it does create a bit of a challenge in putting the two banks together when you mark to market the target's balance sheet. So the merger math doesn't make sense right now, but if rates do come down even more, I think you'll see more and more conversations, and potentially that's a 2024 event.
All right, so if I'm looking at this group here, do I stick with what I consider to be the high quality ones? I'm thinking, again, an M&T, a PNC Bank, the names I know, or do maybe I go down to some of the smaller cap names and maybe I get some better valuation there? How do the clients you talk to, how are they playing it?
Yeah, I think at this point you're seeing some more appetite for some of the banks that felt more challenges in 2023. So banks like KeyCorp, like Comerica, just got an upgrade earlier today from an analyst. Western Alliance, those are banks that were a bit more challenged by the rate backdrop and the fallout from the SVB and First Republic signature failures. And you've seen more of a bid for those banks over the past few months. So that's something I would point to as something to look at.
The good news is we haven't had to talk to you much recently.
Yeah, that's
and that
right.
means we haven't had much or anything really, any notable failure or stress in the regional bank business. So with a little bit of hindsight, can we say this was kind of a handful of one-off kind of issues, or is there something that's going to have to change in the industry level?
Right. I would point to the fact that the banks that did fail that I mentioned earlier, they had very different business models. They were fast growing. So I think what we learned from the turmoil last year is that it's maybe an oxymoron to say you're a fast growing bank. Maybe you don't want to be that because you're introducing a lot of risk to your balance sheet when you do that. Risk to potential deposit flight when things go awry, and interest rate risk, especially when rates were lower and you were, burdening your balance sheet with securities that then were underwater when rates rose. So that's something. Those were the lessons learned, and the other regional banks in my coverage universe are much more stable in their strategies and business management and balance sheet management practices. So I think what happened was the banks that had tougher business models were flushed out.
Penn State, you're a Penn State grad. How would you grade the season?
I would say a bit of a disappointment. Heading into the season, we wanted to win at least one of the games against the Big Two, Ohio State or Michigan. That we failed that. Unfortunately, our offense let us down. Our defense was actually the number one ranked defense in the nation.
I don't know if we have a quarterback. I'm still not convinced.
He's a 5-star guy, but he seems a bit jittery. So
Dan Ives, who's a huge supporter, he's our guy. He's our guy. I'm like, I'm just not sure he's our guy. I don't know. We'll have to see. But anyway, I mean, the good news is with the new teams coming into the Big Ten, we only have to play Ohio State, Michigan only once.
Right.
We don't have to play both each in a season. So that'll be good news. Herman Chan, bank analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg. Company news with Lisa Mateo right now.
You got it, Paul. It's been really quite a week for Apple. Shares, they're down for a fourth day in a row. Now, the tech giant, it's been hit with its second downgrade this week. We get more from Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
Piper Sandler, in sort of solidarity with Barclays, that was the leader on downgrading earlier this week. Look at the data on how the iPhone 15 is doing, both in terms of volume and mix, and they have big concerns about the growth trajectory. The run of 4 quarters of decelerating sales growth over 2023 was a big concern to the market, and Piper Sandler, in downgrading to neutral, basically saying we think that trend will continue into calendar 24.
Apple is down more than 1%. And the AI boom is pushing Microsoft to make a big change. Bloomberg's Joan Doniger has that story.
How dialed in is Microsoft on artificial intelligence? So much so, it's adding a key to the Windows keyboard. The AI Copilot key will sit to the right of the spacebar. This is the first change to the Windows keyboard layout in about 30 years.
And Microsoft is little changed. Mark Zuckerberg went on a selling spree in the final 2 months of 2023. Now, according to a filing, the Meta chief sold shares on every trading day between November 1st and the end of the year, unloading nearly 1.28 million shares for nearly $500 million. Meta right now is up about 0.6%. And for those of you looking to get in shape in 2024, Peloton launched a partnership with TikTok. The new fitness hub, it's going to feature select Peloton classes, and it's the first time time, Peloton will produce custom social content for a partner outside of its network. Shares of Peloton, they are up about 8%. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P both higher. NASDAQ 100 index declining. Russell 2000 up now by about 0.2%. Treasury yields rose. Stocks clawed back gains after robust jobs data this morning sparked doubts about how soon and how deeply the Federal Reserve could start cutting interest rates. S&P up 9 right now. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 174, up 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 index down 11, drop there of 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index also lower by 0.1%. I mentioned the Russell 2000 index of small cap stocks up now by 0.2%. 10-year yield 3.99%. We've got the 2-year at 4.38%. Gold up $1.20 the ounce to 2,042, up by about 0.1%. And a retreat for crude oil down now by 1.4%, 71.65 a barrel. Big banks including J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo will all report earnings next week. Herman Chan is a senior analyst for U.S. regional banks. He was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Markets.
If the market's correct that we see rate cuts, the net interest margins for the banks could improve in 2024. But what's still in flux is really what's happening with credit quality. Are banks going to see higher loan losses from areas like commercial real estate, particularly office commercial real estate, multifamily commercial real estate? So those are the questions that still remain unanswered for 2024.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Conagra Brands has cut its fiscal year guidance on expectations that cash-strapped shoppers will continue to buy less packaged food in coming months. Conagra's brands include Slim Jim Meat Snacks, Duncan Hines Cake Mix, and Hunt's Tomato Sauce. Shares of Conagra down now by 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, that's got to be an all-time world record. Herman Chan was on live 3 minutes ago. And you already cut tape?
Oh, well, this is what we do here at Bloomberg.
Jeez.
We work at the speed of Bloomberg. That's what we do around here. Wow. And that's what we're known for.
That is good stuff.
Yep,
I mean,
you got
no
it.
sleeping down
But I got to tell you, Herman Chan, you brought up the point that whenever we don't hear from Herman Chan,
exactly,
that's almost a good thing.
That's a good thing. Herman Chan is our go-to voice there. All right, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com. That's the internet. Sarah, if you can remember that, and just search Bloomberg Radio. So good stuff there. All right, as we turn the page here to 2024, we need the benefit of experience. We need the benefit of perspective, and we get that with our next guest, Hugh Johnson. He's the chairman of Hugh Johnson Economics, joins us via Zoom here. Hugh, that was a ending to a 2023 that I don't think a lot of people saw coming, both in stocks and bonds. What do you make of that big surge we had there at year end as we now start 2024?
Well, you take the whole year, Paul, and you take a look at the year, and you look at the economy. Most of us had the economy wrong, and I don't think anybody got that late surge right. But when you see that late surge and you see what the economy was doing, it really told me, quite frankly, that sure, the economy was in the process of slowing in the fourth quarter. I think the growth rate's going to come down to 1.2 from that 4.9% print that we saw in the third quarter, which was extraordinarily strong. And that we're going to probably have some weakness in the first and second quarter. And the stock market's turning up. It's doing what it ordinarily does in a cycle, is that when you get into whether it's a soft landing or a hard landing, the stock market starts to look ahead and it starts to become encouraged by various things. In this case, of course, Federal Reserve policy. And when it becomes encouraged by various things, it starts to become more optimistic about the future. And it's really simply that. It's the stock market turned towards the positive. That's the way you start every bull market. In a downturn in the economy, weakness in the economy, the stock market sees something that gives it some optimism and therefore turns higher. And that's exactly what happened. We're seeing what I would call the start of a new cycle or the start of a new bull market.
And you put a date on it, October 27th, so we like that. And how do we think about the durations of bull markets today? Hugh, you've been through so many cycles. What's the data show us about how long these bull markets, if this is in fact one, how long they last typically?
Well, that's really encouraging news, because when you take a look at the history of bull markets, you can go back to 1890 and you see that the average length of a bull market is about 47 months. When you take a look at the numbers since the Second World War, you're talking about 63 months. And here we are at really about the 2-month mark of a bull market. So just common sense alone, Paul, tells you probably have a reason to be fairly optimistic that things are going to go in the right direction. If we're right, and this is the start of a new bull market, and I'd be surprised if I'm wrong on that one. I hope I'm not.
So does that suggest, Hugh, that this Federal Reserve will in fact be accommodating, starting, I don't know, sometime maybe mid-year this year?
Yeah, I think that they've been pretty clear in telling us that. You saw the minutes of the Open Market Committee meeting. They said, or they asked the question, or more or less said, if inflation continues to decline in 2024, if it's sustainable, the decline in inflation, that's good news. And obviously, if the economy slows, as I'm suggesting it will do, first and second quarter, hard landing, soft landing, I don't know what it'll be. But if it slows, you have a combination of declining inflation and a slowdown in the economy. Historically, you look at the record, and those are the conditions under which you get the Federal Reserve start to reduce interest rates, which is the change in policy that's igniting the move up in stock market. Of course, the question really is not only will they reduce interest rates, but also how many times will they reduce interest rates? There's a lot of thing back and forth on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the kind of where the markets are telling you, they're telling you multiple rate cuts in 2024, maybe as many as 5 or 6. Is that too aggressive?
Yes, it is, Paul. And if you take, I think the best thing to go on is to take a look at the so-called dot plot, which are the basically reflect the views of the members of the Open Market Committee, the 19 members, and they're telling us, or they're implying, that there are going to be 3 rate cuts in 2024. I think importantly, though, is don't look just at the 3 cuts in 24. They're also talking about 4 cuts in 2025. I think right now the markets have pretty much discounted, and I know this is a tough one to swallow, but have discounted all of that good news for 2024, basically the 3 rate cuts. I don't think the markets quite yet have started to look at 2025, and I think that's for good reason. That's because as we move towards 2025, we'll all see that the risks are much higher in 2025. So discounting, reflecting what's going to happen in 2024, the 3 rate cuts, what that means for long-term rates, what that means for stock prices, getting that into the market, doing that in the market now is just fine. When we get to 2025, when we start to price that in, as we move through 2024, that's where people are going to get really nervous.
All right, so given that backdrop here, perhaps the beginning of a new bull market, where do you want to be at this cycle here in terms of, some sector allocation here? Again, of course, 2023 was the Magnificent Seven, really drove the market, and we actually did have some broadening out in participation in that rally at the year end. But how do you want to be positioned sector-wise?
Well, broadening out is exactly the right word. You just take a look at the history of bull markets and the economically sensitive sectors of the market, which includes consumer discretionary stocks, industrial stocks, technology stocks primarily are the ones you want to overweight, and you want to underweight all of those defensive sectors that performed so well when we were nervous about what was going to happen to the economy. That's staples, consumer staples, utilities, and healthcare stocks. One thing that's, I think, very important, which is a reason to be encouraged, is what we've seen more recently is that small cap stocks are outperforming large cap stocks. There has never been the start of a bull market that we haven't seen small caps start to lead the move higher in stock prices at the beginning of a bull market. So when we finally found that, when it finally started to happen, and that's why I got the October 17th or 27th number or date, we started to see small cap outperform, and that was the final really, really clear sign that this wasn't just a bounce in stock prices, but was the start of a new bull market. It's very encouraging to see small cap. That will continue for about a year, and then it'll broaden out, and you'll see mid cap and large cap start to catch up. But right now, small cap is a very positive place to be.
Hugh, fixed income investors, after a disastrous 2022 where there's no place to hide, actually some positive returns across the board in fixed income. How do you feel about that asset class here in 24?
Great question. And the reason it's a great question, it's rare in financial market history. I shouldn't say rare in financial market history. There's one part of every cycle, and we're right in it right now, and that's the beginning of a new cycle when stocks do well, but it's also the case that you see inflation and interest rates still coming down. So you can make money in the bond market, you can make money in the stock market, but it doesn't last for very long. So what I'm saying simply is this: anybody who's been in the bond market, fixed income markets, and has watched the drop in the 10-year yield from the 5% level down to the 4% level knows exactly what I'm talking about. That has further to go. In other words, we might be around 4% on a 10-year treasury right now. I think that goes down to the 3.6, 3.50 level. In other words, there's further to go in the bond market, and that's going to be good. Your returns from the bond market will be fine, but just keep in mind not to get out of the stock market, because your returns from the stock market at the beginning of this bull market will also be good and will probably be somewhat better than the bond market. So you can be in both asset classes. This is one of those rare moments in a cycle's history that you can do that. And I think you're going to see that as we move into 2024, further into 2024.
All right, Hugh, thanks so much for your thoughts there and your analysis. Hugh Johnson, he is the chairman of Hugh Johnson Economics, has been doing this investing thing for well more than 40 years. So lots of perspective, lots of experience. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. Officials are providing very few details about a shooting at a high school in Iowa. This happened at Perry High School. That's 40 miles northwest of Des Moines. Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante briefed reporters earlier today.
This morning at approximately 7:37 a.m., we had a Sears radio activation at the high school, which indicated an active shooter situation. An officer first arrived within 7 minutes of that activation and located multiple gunshot victims.
Infante refused to say much about the number of victims or about the shooter. He did say the danger to the community has passed. The Associated Press, though, is reporting that the shooter killed himself. We're learning more about the two blasts that occurred yesterday in Iran that claimed the lives of more than 80 people. Iran's official news agency is citing an informed source who says the first blast at the burial site of Iran's slain general Qasem Soleimani was carried out by a suicide bomber. The Islamic State now is claiming responsibility, according to their Telegram channel. After a year-long battle, confidential documents related to Jeffrey Epstein are now public, released by a federal court in New York. The documents were part of a lawsuit against Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking. Bloomberg's Bruce Einhorn says there are no big surprises.
Some of the names that were in the unsealed documents included former President Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew have written. These are names that had already been out there. Former President Trump, not mentioned in these documents, but had been identified in testimony in this case, along with former President Clinton, as some of the people who had flown on Jeffrey Epstein's plane.
Again, that's Bloomberg's Bruce Einhorn. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P higher, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 index in the red. Russell 2000 advancing today by 0.2%, up 4 points. But right now, NASDAQ 100 down almost 10 points, drop there of just about 0.1%. S&P holding on to a 6-point gain, up 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 121, higher now by 0.3%. 10-year yield 3.99%. The 2-year, 4.38%. Treasury yields rose as stocks clawed back gains after robust jobs data sparked doubts about how soon and how deeply the Fed could start cutting rates. The 10 years I mentioned now at 3.99%. Spot gold up $1 the ounce, little change to 2,042 right now. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 71.99 a barrel. As for the overall market outlook, David Rosenberg is the president and founder of Rosenberg Research, and he was interviewed this morning on Surveillance here on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm not bullish on equities right now for the next, say, 6 to 12 months. But if you're going to say to me 3, 5, 10 years, I think that the odds that the stock market will be higher today, the S&P 500 in particular, are very high. So, give me that long runway of 3, 5, 10 years, then yes, I would say that the equity market is a place that you want to have money in, no doubt.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcast. Just getting word from McDonald's that it is experiencing, quote, a meaningful business impact in the Middle East due to the war between Israel and Hamas. That's according to CEO Chris Kempczynski. The burger chain became the target of boycotts after photos and videos on social media showed franchise stores in Israel giving meals to the nation's soldiers following the October 7th Hamas attack. McDonald's shares down now by just about 0.5%. Recapping, U.S. stocks are trading mixed. S&P up now by 6 points, gain of 0.1%. NASDAQ down by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live as well on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. I'm looking at the residential home mortgage market. What are we at? 6.62% on a 30-year fix. Still high relative to what we've experienced over the last 10, 15 years, but well below where we were just a few months ago at 7.79%. So mortgage rates are certainly coming down, and maybe that will help what has been a real affordability problem in the residential real estate market for a lot of folks. Let's check in with somebody who's an expert on it. Kate Kaminsky, she's the COO of Walton Global. Kate, the big issue, I guess, in 2023 has been the lack of affordability for homeowners here, new-time home buyers. Where are we in terms of this market kind of loosening up a little bit? Rates are coming down. Is that enough?
Well, it's definitely not enough. We need to see changes across the board, really starting on the front end with municipalities and providing reasonable, responsible policies, approvals, and in a timely manner. The lack of land supply is a real challenge right now, in addition to what we're seeing with mortgage rates. And we haven't necessarily seen significant policy change that is affecting that in a positive way, but there continues to be a significant amount of action to try and adjust this right across the country.
Well, it seems like the home builders are building as many homes as they possibly can. So it feels like the new home market is just going crazy, whether it's single family or multi-unit. I'm seeing them all over the place, and I don't live in a growth state. I live in New Jersey.
Well, you are definitely not wrong about that. Permits and starts are leading indicators of what we're going to see, for future numbers in the single-family housing space. And the reality is that right now, single-family starts jumped year over year over 42%, and permits jumped 22%. So, although there is some probably seasonally adjusted numbers that we would have seen lower in December, which is very typical for around the holidays. We're pretty bullish here at Walton in terms of what we're going to see in 2024.
So what's the type of property that you guys develop at Walton?
So we really focus on land that's outside of the urban area. In the path of growth, we're looking for land that either has some entitlements or needs some additional entitlement work. But we're focused on master plan communities and really affordability. I've said this to you on our discussions before.
Yep.
It's key for us. It's a problem that we're seeing right across the country is the lack of affordability and the availability of affordable homes to the American public. And so the land that we're focusing on is helping with that problem.
So are there regions of the country that you're focusing on? Are you in, like I would guess, not knowing anything about the real estate business other than I'd want to be in Austin, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, those types of markets?
So Walton's really focused on the southern half of the U.S. There are key markets that are stronger than ever right now. Continues to be in the Southeast, Florida, the Carolinas, Georgia, Texas, all of your major urban centers in Texas, of course, and then the Southwest. But there's markets right across the country that are showing strong performances as well. The Midwest, for example, was showing some of the strongest numbers last year.
So who's a typical buyer in a Walton community?
So we really focus on working with your public home builders. And that's because we specialize in types of financing vehicles for these builders whereby they can buy just-in-time inventory from Walton. And every home builder, or at least the publics that we're dealing with, are focusing on off-balance sheet financing. How can they defer buying land, even development costs, until the time that they're maybe selling that home to a third party? This really helps them to deploy capital in the smartest manner possible. And so whether that's through rate buy-down programs, funding development costs, buying and starting more communities, this is a niche that we really specialize in.
So I'm wondering about some of the some of the younger generations. Are they? We hear lots and lots of stories that because of their student debt, because of others' debt that they've incurred, and now higher interest rates and so on. Talk to us about kind of the younger home buyer. How are they kind of faring in this marketplace?
Yeah, so I've been reading a lot lately, disturbing things that you're hearing, like most young Americans don't know that they're ever going to be able to afford a home. And that's certainly something that we and the builders that we're working with and the National Association of Home Builders is all working to combat. What can we do to solve that affordability factor to help people get into these homes? And so, again, focusing on areas that you have a lower cost of living, where you have maybe lower development costs. It's more pro-growth. The costs for servicing the land or the taxes within that area are going to be low. But this is really something that as a country we all need to get behind because right now affordability it's a problem right across the country, and I would say the biggest challenge that we're facing in 2024.
Kate, just 30 seconds left. Do you think mortgage rates continue to go down? Is that kind of your forecast at Walton Global?
I definitely do. I mean, I think right now most people are predicting maybe we're going to see 3 Fed rate cuts this year, if not more. And that is definitely the direction that we're heading. And hopefully we continue on that trend because that's going to help everything that we've discussed today.
All right, Kate, thank you once again for joining us, giving us an update on what's happening out there in the residential real estate market. Kate Kaminsky, COO of Walton Global. Again, the issue that we've been hearing about from the folks that are in that market is affordability or the lack thereof, and it's been really problematic over the last several years and exacerbated by the rate increases we had last year, but potentially getting a little bit better as rates continue to come down here. Again, we'll have to see how aggressive the Fed is going to be in 2024. Looking at the markets, really just kind of unchanged here. No real change in the S&P. The Dow's up about 0.3%, and the Nasdaq's down 0.25%. So some red and green out there. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. Walgreens at top profit estimates, but it cut its dividend nearly in half. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman explains why shares are lower.
Part of the reason may have been that the company looking at retail comparable sales for the fiscal year, expecting now that they will decline in the low single digits. Previously expected they would be flat. Also talking about a more challenging environment versus the previous outlook. Analysts are very much hoping that the company will shift more into healthcare related stuff. But the CEO also said he doesn't see more primary care investments.
Walgreens now down 7.5%. CVS Health could be threatening to hurt sales of a popular drug from AbbVie. Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams has more.
The biggest U.S. drug benefits manager is making a move that will take a bite out of sales for one of the world's top-selling medications. Starting April 1st, CVS Health will no longer offer AbbVie Humira to most of the millions of patients in its commercial prescription plans. Instead, they'll be directed to cheaper copycats of the anti-inflammatory drug that became available last year.
CVS down 0.2%. Novo Nordisk, the drug maker behind Wegovy, has signed research deals with a pair of biotechs. The company will pay as much as $1.1 billion to develop new technologies to tackle diseases linked to weight. The first project is with Omega Therapeutics. The second is with Celerity. Novo ADRs right now, they're up about 4.5%. And Eli Lilly launching a digital healthcare platform to deliver select medicines to U.S. patients with obesity and diabetes. Now, it's bad news for companies that offer online access to prescription weight loss drugs like Weight Watchers, which is down about 12%. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is...
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, taking a look at these markets right here. A little bit of red, a little bit of green here. The S&P 500 pretty much unchanged. The Dow's up 0.3%. The Nasdaq's down 0.2%. So not a lot of direction here, but maybe a little stabilization after the sell-off over the past couple of days. Yields are higher. The 10-year Treasury now sitting right at 4%. For your 10-year Treasury. WTI crude oil off just slightly, $72 a barrel. And gold, it sits here at $2,043 per ounce, up just slightly. And Bitcoin up 2.6%, 44,000, just about 44,000. So we get a little bit of a lift there for Bitcoin. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. There are multiple victims following a shooting today at a high school in Perry, Iowa. That's about 40 miles from Des Moines. Authorities say it is early in their investigation. More details will be coming this afternoon. Jasmine Augustine says she was dropping off a friend at the school this morning.
I pulled into the school and I can't remember his name, but someone told me that there was an active shooter in the school. And then we hurry up and left. And after that, there's just tons of cops that just came.
Authorities did say there was no more danger to the public. The Associated Press is reporting the gunman killed himself. Senate talks are continuing on ways to secure the border. House Speaker Mike Johnson insists the House immigration bill is the answer, but Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford says the House bill would never make it past the Democratic majority in the Senate.
I can't get a Democratic Senate to be able to agree with that at all, and I can't get a White House to be able to agree with that.
But it sounds like...
But we still have to be able to secure the border. I mean, we still have to be able to do something. We can't just do nothing.
Senator James Lankford speaking with reporters. The White House notes President Biden's supplemental funding package does include money to hire border agents, asylum officers, and immigration judges, as well as money for technology to stem the flow of fentanyl. We're learning more about foreign spending at Donald Trump's businesses while he was president. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager has the story from Washington.
20 foreign governments or state-linked entities shelled out at least $7.8 million at Trump properties during his time in office. That's according to documents provided to the House Oversight Committee by the accounting firm Mazars. A report from committee Democrats says the Chinese government was the biggest spender at more than $5.5 million. Saudi Arabia was a distant second. The report argues this may be only a small fraction of foreign spending at Trump properties due to incomplete disclosures. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The Biden campaign is rolling out its first ad of 2024 as the president ramps up his re-election campaign. The 60-second spot features President Biden warning of domestic threats to democracy and also includes footage from the attack on the U.S. Capitol.
There's something dangerous happening in America. There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy. All of us are being asked right now, what will we do to maintain our democracy?
The ad is being released ahead of Biden's scheduled speech in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania on Saturday, where he will mark the 3-year anniversary of the Capitol riot. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Paul.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Some more news out of ESPN today. ESPN has agreed to an 8-year, $920 million deal extending its rights to televise games in the highest divisions of the National Collegiate Athletic Association in the U.S., the sports network said in a statement Thursday. The deal, which takes effect September 1st, encompasses several top college sports, including football, baseball, and basketball, as well as many less popular ones, such as lacrosse, tennis, and volleyball. ESPN will also have the exclusive rights to 40 NCAA championships, including the Women's March Madness tournament. The deal does not include many of the marquee games from college's top sports, football and basketball. The network will pay the NCAA an average of $115 million per year, roughly 3 times the value of the current package. Wow. The ESPN network's platforms will exclusively present a record number of championships, including all rounds of several marquee events that, taken together with the NCAA, we have grown over time. That's ESPN Chairman Jimmy Pitaro, he said in the statement. So ESPN continues to dominate with sports rights across the board here. So ESPN, more sports for the big player in sports. This is Bloomberg.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top name.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover them.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
I am Kaylee Lines in for Joe Matthew today on both hours of the fastest show in politics. The show is fast, and so is the news flow, as it's another day, another headline out of the Middle East, stoking concerns of potentially wider regional conflict as the Islamic State claims responsibility for an attack in Iran yesterday that killed almost 100 people. We'll have more on the state of affairs in the region with Michael Knights from the Washington Institute. Plus, as Donald Trump asked the Supreme Court to overturn Colorado's ruling, barring him from the ballot on grounds of the 14th Amendment. We'll have more on the 2024 race with our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino. We're just 11 days out, remember, from the Iowa caucuses. But first, let's get the here and now when it comes to what's happening in financial markets. And Charlie Pellet is here with a look at that. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average holding on to a gain of 109 points, up now by about 0.3%. And on this third trading day of the brand new trading year, we've got the S&P 500 index up 3 right now, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ, though, in the red. NASDAQ 100 down 21 now, down 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index lower by 20, drop there of 0.1%. Interestingly, though, the Russell 2000 is advancing, holding on to a gain of 0.1%. 10-year yield 3.99%. The 2-year 4.38%. Treasury yields rose, stocks clawing back gains after this morning's robust jobs data sparked doubts about how soon and deeply the Federal Reserve could start cutting rates. So when it comes to the outlook for 2024, Julian Emanuel, the chief equity strategist at Evercore ISI, told us this morning you can expect more volatility ahead.
When you think about it, with this, particularly this backdrop of an earnings season that's going to start next week, where expectations for full year 2024 are high, even in a no lending scenario, it's reasonable to expect more equity market volatility.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Speaking of volatility, Bitcoin up now by 2.7%, 44,105 to be clear, 44,105 right now on Bitcoin. We've got spot gold up $1.95 the ounce, up by about 0.1%, 2,043, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 72.10 a barrel. Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase among the names reporting next Friday. Wells Fargo and JP Morgan Chase named top picks for Goldman Sachs analyst Richard Ramsden in a 2024 outlook note. Right now, we've got shares of Wells Fargo up 1.85%, JP Morgan up by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
If you're watching on YouTube, you just saw a very fancy point from Charlie Pellet. Charlie, thank you for that. He, of course, running through some of the moves we're seeing in the oil market, a market which is paying very close attention to each and every development in the Middle East. And there has been a number of them this week. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is actually heading on another trip to the region now after a string of developments in recent days. First, you had Iran moving a warship into the Red Sea. Then you had Israel striking Hamas targets in Beirut on Lebanese soil for the first time since 2006. Yesterday, 2 bomb blasts in Iran that killed nearly 100 people that Islamic State today has claimed credit for. And also today, drone attacks in Iraq that Iraq is blaming on U.S.-led forces that killed at least 2 members of an Iranian-backed militia. All of this together is adding up to concerns growing about regional conflict in the Middle East. So just how dangerous is this moment we are in right now? Let's get an expert's opinion on what exactly is happening here. Joining me now is Michael Knights. He is a fellow at the Washington Institute, specializing in military and security affairs of Iraq, Iran, and the Gulf states. He's also co-founder of the Militia Spotlight platform, which offers in-depth analysis of developments related to Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria. So, Michael, you are clearly the perfect person to speak with today. You could look at each of the events this week and understand why there may be growing fear out there that this is developing into something much greater than it is at the moment. What is your read on this situation?
Well, often, we're tempted to try and link everything together. But in this case, it's in many ways a lot of things happening at about the same time. Yeah, they're broadly connected. But, when we see the Islamic State blowing up a funeral commemoration in Iran, they're doing it opportunistically because a lot of attention is on Iran at that exact moment, because it's the 4th anniversary of the day when the US killed the two most senior Iran-backed militia leaders in the Middle East back in 2020. So that was opportunistic. But what we just did in Baghdad, where the US probably killed two militia leaders just the day after the celebration of those killings in 2020, also in Baghdad, demonstrates the Biden administration's risk tolerance is going up quite a bit. That was a pretty bold thing to do one day after these militias were commemorating the loss of their key leaders 4 years ago, to then do almost exactly the same thing in Baghdad the day afterwards.
Okay, so if the U.S.'s risk tolerance is going up, does that mean that there is a rising risk of more direct confrontation with either Iran itself or these Iranian proxies?
Well, it shows the U.S.'s patience is wearing thin, and the Biden administration had a ton of patience, 2 years ago. But now, after the Houthis in Yemen have done so many attacks on shipping and generally been a pain in so many ways, and now the Iraqi militias have been launching increasing numbers of attacks, over 130 against U.S. forces since October 17th. You can see the Biden administration is signaling we don't want to have a broader conflict, but we're also not afraid to begin moving in that direction. Just recently, they killed 10 Houthi boat crew who were trying to attack a vessel in the Red Sea. So the Biden administration is steadily moving up the ladder of escalation in an effort to escalate to de-escalate, to show these actors we're really serious now. Stop what you're doing in the Red Sea and in Iraq, and we'll stop.
Well, and the U.S., together with about a dozen other countries yesterday, issued a pretty stern warning to the Houthis to stop their behavior in the Red Sea, talking about the consequences for any malign actors. And we actually heard from the commander of the U.S. naval forces in the Middle East today that said there is no sign that militants are backing off. So how close are we to the moment where the U.S. decides outright offense here?
Well, if the U.S. does go in a more offensive way, which is looking increasingly likely in the Red Sea against the Houthis in particular, it'll probably be a disarming strike. And that means something that takes away the things the Houthis use to actually attack shipping in the Red Sea. So an attempt to do a sort of one and done destruction of anti-shipping missiles and fast attack boats and helicopters that are posing the real risk to Red Sea shipping. Without those things, the Houthis don't have so much ability to threaten the shipping.
Well, as we talk about trying to take out their infrastructure, isn't that what Saudi Arabia tried to do for years, arguably without much success? Could there be more success this time around?
Yeah, it's a good point. The fact is the Houthis have, the US has a lot better capability to do this than the Saudis did. And the Saudis were not really focused on the Houthis' anti-shipping capabilities. They were focused on trying to kill the Houthi leaders within the cities, which was disastrous in terms of collateral damage. If the US does a lot more focused operation against things it can quite easily find, like boats, helicopters, and anti-shipping missiles, it can probably have a significantly higher level of success than the Saudis did.
So as we talk about the U.S. administration's stance here, as I mentioned, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is now heading back to the Middle East. He has made a number of trips to this region since October 7th, the initial attack on Israel by Hamas. How much leverage does the U.S. realistically have to shape this scenario, not just militarily, but diplomatically as well?
Well, the US always has enormous leverage as long as it uses it. And, now that the US is undertaking kinetic strike operations in both the Red Sea and Iraq, Syria, it's opened up one part of its toolkit. And that is having some effect on the bad guys, particularly in Iraq, where most of the militias have been quite careful around the US, not to actually kill any Americans. There's one militia that was particularly aggressive, Nujaba, is the one that got hit today. So we'll see how they react to that. But then the broader toolkit, I mean, the US, when it comes to sanctions, access to the international financial institutions, use of the dollar, it still has a tremendous amount of leverage.
What about leverage over Israel specifically? That's a question I've come back to often over the course of the last 2 months, is increasingly the Biden administration is encouraging Israel to move into a new phase of this war, to be more mindful of the civilian casualties in Gaza as they go after Hamas. Are we starting to see signs that that messaging toward Israel is actually working when Israel makes announcements like they're pulling some troops out of Gaza?
I think the Israelis themselves understand that their ground operation in Gaza is only going to last another 2 to 5 weeks, perhaps. And the Biden administration has given them as much time as they needed to get it done. And even though they've had to say some things about restraining the scale or the destructiveness of operations, the Biden administration has not really taken any steps to actively change the way the Israelis are operating. There's a bit of an understanding in the Biden administration that you cannot let Hamas come away from this, jump out of the rubble and claim a win. You have to have decisive effect on Hamas. And as a result, the US has basically provided the Israelis with very strong support. I think if the Israelis are ramping down their operations in Gaza, that's because they are reaching the goals, the end line, finish line is in sight for them.
Okay, so let's expand on that point. You just gave a timeline of 2 to 5 weeks when we've heard from Israeli officials the idea that this war could go on for the entirety of this year. So if we do, in the 2 to 5 week period from here, see Israel pull out of Gaza, does that mean this conflict is over in its most immediate stage, or what happens next?
Yeah, I mean, for any investors out in the international community, what you want to see is this conflict end in some way everyone can recognize, because that's probably when the Houthis stop attacking ships, and that's when all the militias stop firing rockets at the US and the general war risk declines. So, when I say 2 to 5 weeks, I mean the Israeli intensive clearance operations on the ground where they're taking new territory is probably going to end within that period. That's then when we move to what we call phase 3. Which is where the Israelis are just doing targeted strikes or raids into essentially the refugee camps, the remaining areas they don't control. I don't think the Israelis are going to actually withdraw from areas of Gaza at all. Everything they've got, they're going to hold on to for a while as they clear the underground tunnels and remove weapons and other things from the area.
Well, this is kind of that next day question, right? Okay, we get to the end of this war, and then what does Israel and Palestine look like in the immediate aftermath of that? From your point of view, is there any real chance of a two-state solution here at all in this generation?
There'll certainly be a lot of people pushing for that. They'll say after this Gaza war, we need to prevent another one from happening in the future. This is the perfect time to think about an end state. What we'll probably find is that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in an effort to sort of create the next stage of his political career, may well emerge as an opponent to the two-state solution. And there'll be a lot of Israelis that don't have the level of trust required to give the Palestinians a state of their own. So there's going to be a big debate within Israel, and it's going to be very heavily pressurized by the international community, particularly the US, in favor of a two-state solution. But there are plenty of Israelis who probably want to see the end of this conflict as long as they can be assured of minimum level of security.
Well, and of course, the U.S. isn't really the only force or factor in this as well. Yes, the U.S. has very explicitly expressed its support for Israel, continues to send weapons as well. But when we think about the U.S.'s role more widely in everything that we're seeing in the Middle East, a lot of this is coalition efforts, be it the Maritime Task Force or other situations where Arab allies have to be considered in the way the U.S. moves forward. So how should we be thinking about these other actors here?
Well, look, generally speaking, the US is still the hub and it's still the glue. that holds these things together. And without the US, there is no coalition of any kind typically, both because of political convening power and because of pure military capability and breadth of relations. But, you know, what we're interested in to see particularly is how the Gulf states integrate themselves with any of these efforts. You know, the Gulf states have got the money to rebuild Gaza and perhaps to rebuild it in a way that Hamas doesn't come back into the picture. The Gulf states have also got a strong incentive still to work with Israel on normalization and to create these kind of infrastructure and energy corridors that could run between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. And also a lot of defense integration between these places, the Gulf states and Israel. Those things probably haven't been ruined by the Gaza war. And so what we're really watching is how Saudi Arabia, the UAE act in the middle of this year when we move past the main combat operations of the Gaza war and we move into the sort of stabilization and rebuilding phase. A lot of people are going to be keeping their eyes on that.
Absolutely. And I think something else that already what people were keeping their eyes on is Iran specifically and U.S. policy toward Iran. Just a final note here, Michael, when you are seeing Iranian proxies acting against or putting U.S. forces potentially in harm's way, ramping up not just necessarily of proxy activity, but something like Iran sending a warship into the Red Sea. How does this change policy toward Iran moving forward, even if the conflict between Israel and Hamas eventually comes to an end?
Well, one warship from the Iranians is not too much of a worry. That's just, you know, a reef that hasn't been sunk yet, realistically. If they ever come toe-to-toe, you know, it'll be very quick and simple, probably. But you know, when we look a little bit further out, you know, ultimately, the US and Iran are not on the right track. 3 years ago, you would have said there's a chance we could move to a nuclear deal, to longer-term sanctions relief. No one could look at the situation now and say that's going to happen, whether it's a Republican government in the US in 2025 or a Democrat. You don't have that same feeling that a deal is possible. You instead have a feeling that Iran and its proxies have to be contained all across the region, or they'll do more things like October 7th or what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea, or indeed nuclear breakout. So,
yeah. All right, Michael, we have to leave it there, but great to get your insight on the matters in the Middle East. That is Michael Knights, a fellow at the Washington Institute, and we'll have more on domestic affairs coming up with our political panel. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. Right now, the NASDAQ 100 index is down 17 points, drop there of 0.1%. That index, by the way, flirting with its longest losing streak since December of 2022 as investors book profits on last year's winning tech stocks. The NASDAQ Composite Index remains lower by 15 points, up by 0.1%. However, the S&P 500 index is holding on to a 4-point gain right now, up by about 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 134, up by 0.6%. We've got the Russell 2000, little change, but higher by 4 points, up by about 0.2%. 10-year yield, 3.99%. 2-year, 4.39%. Bitcoin up 2.3% right now at 43,938 on Bitcoin. Gold, little changed, up 75 cents the ounce to 2,042. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 72.37 a barrel. WW International, it's the old Weight Watchers lower after Eli Lilly launched a digital health platform for home delivery of select medicines to patients in the U.S. with obesity, migraines, and diabetes. Weight Watchers shares, they are plunging by 12.3%. Lilly up 0.7%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The S&P is higher by 4 points, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back to the fastest show in politics. I'm Kaylee Lyons, filling in for Joe Matthew. Today, happy Thursday, everyone. And it was Wednesday evening when the news we'd all been waiting for finally dropped. We all knew it was coming, but former President Donald Trump has officially made his ask to the Supreme Court, asking the High Court to overturn the ruling in Colorado, barring him from the ballot in 2024 on the grounds of the 14th Amendment. Essentially, the Colorado court had ruled that the former president engaged in insurrection and therefore is ineligible to seek the presidency once more. But Trump and his legal team, in their filing to the Supreme Court, said that he did not engage in insurrection, that the events of January 6th were not insurrection in the first place. And they say in the filing that the court should, quote, return the right to vote for their candidate of choice to the voters. So on that note, we assemble our political panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino. So Jeannie, I want to give you the first bite on this because you actually penned an editorial in the Washington Examiner today on this subject. Do Trump and his legal team have a point here about this being a choice that should belong to voters, not the courts?
They do. And I think it's important to say there's a difference between the legal and constitutional and the political questions. And of course, I'm not a lawyer, but as a political scientist, I strongly feel that the Democrats should be fighting this battle at the ballot box and not in the courts. And so the title of that editorial, which I did not come up with, but the editors did, Stop Looking to the Courts, summarizes a view I have about many things, but particularly this. I think it's incredibly dangerous, in fact, for Democrats to be looking to the courts to remove Trump from the ballot. And so I am hopeful the Supreme Court will take one of the many outs we know John Roberts would like to take of saying this is a political question for Congress, because I think it would be the height of a gift to Donald Trump if they were to continue down this road. Democrats can win this election. Biden beat him in 2020, and they should fight it out at the ballot box, not go around the country trying to remove him from the primary ballots. So it's something that is, beyond frustrating as we think about another attempt of Republicans and Democrats to look to the courts to play a role that the people and their people representatives should, in fact, be playing in our system.
So, Rick, ultimately, if the court rules, as many expect, it will, that Trump should be on the ballot in 2024, and it gets him on the ballot not just in Colorado, but in states all across the country. What we have seen historically with all of these legal issues is that he casts them as election interference. His base of supporters tends to think he's right about that, and it just fortifies that base of support even further. So how does this factor in politically to his calculation? Because theoretically, wouldn't elongating all of these legal issues actually help him potentially win?
Yeah, I think there's an argument that since the Bragg indictment, he's been enhanced by these court challenges, both federal and state. So arguably, they haven't hurt him because there's no dip in any of his surveys in any states, either the targeted states for the general election or the early primary states. So you got to listen to what he's saying, too. I mean, his voters have bought into this concept that they're not indicting him, they're indicting them. And this whole grievance strategy is bolstered by these attacks. And as Jeannie says and does in her op-ed today, Democrats have to really change this narrative. I mean, anybody who's sitting around the DNC today thinking that these court challenges are helping them are wrong. Even Ty Cobb, no friend of Donald Trump's these days, his former counsel in the White House, says this will be a slam dunk. 9-0 on the Supreme Court. Tell me that doesn't help Donald Trump, enhance his sort of victimization message. So yeah, I think that Americans like fair play. They think fair play is an election, not rigging the courts and going after the legal framework under which a former president would seek to get elected. That's a tough sell.
Well, at the heart of it, this 14th Amendment issue really comes down to Trump's actions in and around January 6, 2021. And we are approaching this weekend the third anniversary of that. And whether or not you agreed that it should be described as an insurrection, there was a mob of Trump supporters that entered the U.S. Capitol and actually put elected lawmakers and even the Vice President of the United States in danger. That is a fact that happened. And yet 3 years on, Rick, have the events of that day lost some of their potency for the American voter? Are we seeing that evident in the strength of the former president consistently?
Obviously, you can't evaluate it based on the immediate aftermath of that horrific event. And I would say there are hundreds of people who did storm the Capitol and cause that kind of damage and threat to our democracy who are serving time in jail now. And so the legal system has caught up to the perpetrators who stormed the Capitol. The question now is any of that going to inure to the detriment or benefit of Donald Trump? And so I think that this will be an interesting January 6th because Donald Trump's going to go out and make the case that Joe Biden's the threat to democracy. He's trying to keep me off the ballot, he's going to say. He's gone state by state to try and not allow you to vote on who you want for president, but to rig it. And then Joe Biden's going to give a speech at Valley Forge on Friday that says Donald Trump's the threat to democracy. He tried to overturn the election, a legitimate election. And so I think democracy is on the ballot in November of this year, and each of them are going to play out their line on how they think they are going to save it.
Well, Jeannie, it's not just going to be Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, where Biden brings that message, this idea that Trump is a threat to American democracy. He's basically making it the entire premise of his reelection campaign. Is that a strategy that is going to work for him when polls show that he doesn't necessarily pose the same strength against Trump as maybe he once did?
I think we don't know yet. I think we are going to hear the president try to talk an awful lot about the threat to democracy because they felt it was a winning strategy for them in 2022. There is some evidence electorally, however, that at the senatorial level and the congressional level, those arguments did not work in 22 when we think about certain races. And there was a really interesting poll the other day from the Washington Post and University of Maryland when they found that, in fact, while the issue of January 6th looms large for many Americans, for Republicans and some moderates and independents, it is receded from import. So I am not convinced that this is the winning strategy it should be for the president. I think he is better off trying to get the chaos of Donald Trump and what we lived through under him back into the spotlight and to run on his own accomplishments. I don't want Democrats to be afraid to run against Donald Trump. He is a run-of-the-mill politician. They can beat him, but they have to be careful they don't allow him to describe himself as a martyr for people who are on his side, which will get them all out to vote.
I also wonder, Jeannie, if the strategy of essentially just casting Trump as a threat to democracy may convince some undecided voters not to cast a vote for him, but not necessarily to cast a vote for Biden, and if ultimately that becomes a turnout problem on the Democratic side.
It absolutely could. You know, I have long said I think the best thing that Biden and the Democrats have going for them now, and we have evidence of this, is abortion. And this gets back to something Rick just talked about. Americans are keenly interested in freedom and liberty. Anytime it's being threatened, they will push back against that. They've done so on the issue of abortion. The more Democrats can talk about that and show what Donald Trump, with his 3 appointments to the court, did in terms of taking that away, the better off they will be in 2024. And don't focus too much attention on Joe Biden. His numbers are in the toilet, and Donald Trump's popularity is even worse. So talk about the rights they're trying to take away in the chaos of Trump and move it forward that way.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel, are going to be sticking with us because coming up, we have to talk more about the 2024 race in Iowa specifically. There was a very troubling event in Iowa, a school shooting earlier today. So we'll have more on that in just a moment. But now we want to get a check on world and national news. Nancy Lyons has that here in our 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Kaylee. As you were mentioning, authorities in Perry, Iowa say there is no further danger to the public following a shooting this morning at the local high school. Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante says there are multiple victims after a shooter entered the school ahead of this morning's bell.
We're still unclear of exactly how many are injured or what the extent of those are, but we're working on that right now. There is no further danger to the public. The community is safe. We're just now working backwards, trying to figure out everything that happened and make notifications.
Infante says they will share more information later today on specifics concerning the shooter and the injured. The Associated Press says the gunman shot himself. Islamic State is claiming responsibility for the attacks yesterday that killed almost 100 people who were commemorating the anniversary of the death of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The group posted on its Telegram channel that it was behind the tandem blasts. U.S. officials had said from the start that the attacks had the hallmarks of an operation carried out by Islamic State, while Iran had said the blasts were aimed at punishing its stance against Israel's invasion of Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading back to the Middle East this week as tensions rise in the area. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports.
Attacks by Houthi rebels in the Red Sea and the war between Israel and Hamas, including the speed and scale of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, are top of the agenda when Secretary Blinken visits Turkey on Saturday, more than a month after Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan reiterated his refusal to designate Hamas as a terrorist organization. Erdogan dismissed concerns raised by a U.S. Treasury official about his country's alleged support for the group's financial operations. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
protection lost.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P higher, NASDAQ 100 index, both in the red. Russell 2000, let's begin there, up another 5 points, up by about 0.3%. Bottom line here, little change for the U.S. stock market ahead of the jobs report tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. We've got the S&P up 5 now, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 4 points, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 index down 6. Also little change. The Dow up 125 now, up by about 0.3%. 10-year yield 3.99% with a 2-year 4.39%. Spot gold up $1.50 the ounce to $2,042, up by about 0.1%. West Texas intermediate crude down 0.6%, $72.28 a barrel. Bitcoin up 2.7%, 44,111 right now on Bitcoin. Today's U.S. economic report suggests the labor market is holding up for now. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Payroll firm ADP says businesses added the most workers in 5 months in December, and the government reports jobless claims are down. The upbeat data set the stage for Friday's government employment report. But wait, hold on, says Bloomberg Economics, not so fast. Industries that typically lose jobs in recessions are wobbling. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Kathy Wood has started buying Tesla shares after selling them for most of last year. Her purchases come at a time when Wall Street's outlook on the EV maker is darkening rapidly. Tesla up now by 1.1%. London-based Endeavour Mining says it has fired CEO Sébastien de Montessus for serious misconduct with immediate effect. This follows an investigation by the board into an irregular payment instruction issued by him in relation to an asset disposal undertaken by the company. Endeavour operates gold mines across West Africa. Endeavour's U.S. shares down now by 10.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back to Sound On. I am Kaylee Lyons in the seat for Joe Matthew today. This is the fastest show in politics. And we talk a lot on this program, on this show, about the state of Iowa, obviously because it has immense importance in the 2024 race. But today, Iowa is in the news for a much more somber reason. A school shooting today at Perry High School, about 25 miles outside Des Moines. There is a lot that we don't know at this point, but according to reports that cite law enforcement officials, the suspected shooter did die from a self-inflicted gunshot wound and multiple others were injured. It was the first day of the semester at Perry High School after their winter break, and of course it comes just days ahead of those all-important Iowa caucuses. So on that note, we bring back Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, Again, we don't know all of the details about today's event, but we do know that events like this have the power to shake communities. And it is these very same communities that are getting ready to make a selection on who they would like to be president. How does this affect the mind of a caucus goer?
Yeah, first I'd like to say, we pray for the families and the individuals affected by this tragedy. It's just one more example of the fact that our school system, is still a threat to our children and our administrators and parents. So, we hope the family's the best. Look, I mean, this kind of wrinkle, this kind of impact, this kind of an event that happens this close to the caucuses will certainly have a impact on the caucus goers. These are people who are very attuned to the issues of their state. Many of them are very active in politics, hold public office. In the maybe 200,000 people who show up on caucus night are going to be impacted by this. How? That's a big question. One, how do the candidates respond to this? We've started seeing candidates responding to it already, and they'll take that into consideration as to whether they think it's appropriate or whether they have answers that make sense to them as people who are going to be casting a ballot in just the next few weeks. But for sure, something like this will have an impact, and I think it's too early to tell how.
Well, Rick, you mentioned that we have seen some candidates respond. Vivek Ramaswamy was actually in Perry, Iowa this morning. He posted on X that he had canceled his event. He converted it to a prayer and conversation. He described it as a psychological sickness at the core of the country right now. And meanwhile, Ron DeSantis sat down in an interview with NBC after this shooting, said it's more of a local and state issue. So, Jeannie, while you, of course, get the thoughts and prayers, as you often do, it doesn't necessarily seem like it changes any minds on positions on gun policy.
That's right. And, I hope it changes the minds of some people who are going to support some of these candidates. I mean, we have at the top of the ticket in Iowa, as you mentioned, Kaylee, 11 days away, Donald Trump, who describes himself as the most pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment president that we've ever had. You have Vivek Ramaswamy in Perry. This is somebody who did not want to take guns away from convicted felons. You have Ron DeSantis, who signed legislation in April for a permitless carry in Florida. You assume if he's elected president, he would be interested in doing the same nationally. This is what these people are talking about. And you contrast that with President Biden, who Monday is going to be going down south and speaking at the place, the church where the horrific shooting occurred several years ago, and talking about what he has been talking about for a long time, which is the need for serious and meaningful gun control in this country. We got a little taste of that after the horrific shooting in Texas, but we have not seen a concerted effort by the national legislature, Congress, to act. And we just finished a year, 650 mass shootings in the country. That's more than days in the year, according to the Gun Violence Archive. 650 shootings in this country. And we start the year yet again at a school. It's devastating, and it's hypocritical to hear some of these statements coming out from these candidates who are going around Iowa today.
Well, two of the candidates, Rick, Ron DeSantis, who I just mentioned, and also Nikki Haley, will be appearing in back-to-back town halls on CNN this evening. If you were part of these campaigns, if you were advising them, how would you be telling them to approach this issue tonight?
Well, I think for Nikki Haley, she has some unique experience in that she was governor when the horrific church shooting in Charleston, South Carolina occurred, spent an enormous amount of time dealing with issues of grief and healing related to that. She can tap into that experience and could be a very effective and articulate voice in the aftermath of this shooting. If Ron DeSantis continues to mimic the line that he did today, which in immediate aftermath of the shooting, that the federal government really doesn't have any business being in the situation, keeping your children safe in schools, and that states are the ones who have to do it. I just don't see anybody getting excited about that solution, right? It seems to me that he's running for president. He wants to have his hand on the tiller to make sure that our country heads in the right direction. And as Jeannie very aptly pointed out, there's an epidemic of these shootings across America, and the federal response is important.
And finally, Jeannie, as we reflect on really just the horrifying statistics, looking ahead to tonight, how important is this town hall to Nikki Haley, who is trying to cement herself really as the alternative to Donald Trump, knowing the missteps she has had in recent weeks on the question of slavery and the Civil War?
Yeah, I think it's really important, you know, and I wish she had Rick or somebody like him on her side, because, you know, she has gotten tripped up. You mentioned the Civil War a few days ago issue. I wonder if she's going to get tripped up on this issue of gun control, because to Chris Christie's point, this is somebody who seems to want to be all things to all people. She describes herself as really pro-Second Amendment, despite all the experiences she had as governor. So I think this question about what you do about violence in our schools, which is at epidemic proportions, is one she's going to have to answer. And how would you curb this and address this? She can answer it. I think she's going to be very scared about offending people on the far right. So we'll have to see if she becomes what DeSantis described as tricky Nikki.
All right, well, we'll find out tonight. First, though, we got to get some final thoughts with our political panel. We're going to talk about tarot cards, so stick with us and find out more. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will be back shortly. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Amazon share of online orders spiked in the final days of the holiday shopping season, demonstrating how big investments in delivery speed paid off with procrastinating shoppers looking for a wide selection of products they could get quickly. Amazon captured 29% of global order volume in the final 2 weeks before Christmas, up from 21% the week of Thanksgiving and Black Friday. That is according to Root, a package tracking app that captured holiday season data from 55 million orders. Conagra Brands has cut its fiscal year guidance on expectations that cash-strapped shoppers will continue to buy less packaged food in coming months. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo.
Charlie, the Chicago-based company now expects organic sales to be down 1% to 2% for the year ending around late May, compared with a prior forecast for 1% growth. Conagra's brands include Slim Jim Meat Snacks, Duncan Hines Cake Mix, and Hunt's Tomato Sauce. Profit excluding some items is now projected to be as low as $2.60 a share, down from a low of $2.70 previously. Consumers, including high earners, grew more cautious about spending during the final months of 2023, cutting back in various areas, including dining. Charlie?
And that's Lisa Mateo reporting. Conagra shares down 2.4%. Walgreens Boots Alliance lower after its new CEO slashed the troubled drugstore chain's dividend and said the company is looking at further changes. Walgreens Boots Alliance down by 6.7%. Those are our top company stories.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound on Bloomberg Radio.
We're going to have a psychic reading of sorts in just a moment, so stick around for that. But first, let's get a check on world and national news. Nancy Lyons has that for us in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington.
Thanks, Kaylee. Few details are being shared at this point about a shooting today at a high school in Perry, Iowa. It's about 40 miles from Des Moines. Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante says there are multiple victims, but he does say the danger is over. This is how it all sounded on broadcast.
And even more important than average hourly earnings is the employment cost index, wage and salary component. That's running.
Active shares activation at Perry High School. It's going to be in reference to a possible gunshots at Perry High School.
The Associated Press is reporting the shooter turned the gun on himself. When Congress returns next week, it faces two successive deadlines imposed by the Republicans to pass spending bills or allow the government to run out of money. We get more from Bloomberg's Irv Chapman.
Compromise on the border security provisions remains elusive, Ed Mills, political analyst with the firm Raymond James, said in a Bloomberg interview.
Democrats have to go further than they're comfortable with, but you do have this sense that Republicans want to fight. Even if we shut down the government, at some point we're going to reopen it. We're kind of right on that precipice of either grand bargain or bust.
Mills pointed out that the Republican House membership has dwindled to a majority of just one, so they may not have the votes to impose their conditions. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
House Democrats on the Oversight Committee have released a report alleging that former President Trump unconstitutionally profited from the presidency during his tenure in the White House to the tune of nearly $8 million. The report accuses Trump of exploiting the presidency for financial gain for himself and his family, which are charges that have been leveled by House Republicans against President Biden. Many prominent figures are listed in recently released court filings from a lawsuit related to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking conspiracy case. The list includes former President Clinton and former President Trump, as well as Michael Jackson, Prince Andrew, magician David Copperfield, and law professor Alan Dershowitz. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Kaylee.
Nancy, thank you so much. Obviously, you're listening to Nancy and myself on Bloomberg Radio. And as a Bloomberg broadcaster, I don't consider it my business to comment on the editorial decisions of other networks. So this is not a comment on that. But Fox News had a tarot card reader on Jesse Waters' show earlier this week, predictions for America in 2024. And he asked her to give a reading on former President Trump. And this is how it went.
One card. Let's do just one card. We like that one.
So she turns over the card, and there's a dark figure.
What is that? I mean, I do recognize that I'm at Fox TV. I have a sense of loss.
So I'm not familiar with tarot cards at all, so I had to go to Wikipedia for this. The card she turned over apparently is called the Five of Cups, and it can carry a meaning of dejection, disappointment, and sorrow over past events. Although the person pictured on the card has lost 3 cups, 2 still stand, and he or she fails to appreciate what is left. Final thoughts now from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Jeannie, I don't know if you're into tarot, but does this seem like an apt reading?
I think it does. I think it's proof when Donald Trump said Rupert Murdoch was trying to sabotage his campaign. There it is. No vetting for this psychic at Fox. Yes.
Rick Davis, do you believe in psychics?
Oh, I think that psychics have their place, and I think that Paula is probably an incredibly talented woman who knows what the future is going to hold.
Okay, well, the future for Trump apparently held the Five of Cups. It was just the one card, though. I'd be interested to see what the other cards were looking like, but we'll leave it there. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our wonderful Bloomberg Politics contributors, thank you so much for joining us in this first hour of Sound On. And guess what? I'll still be around for hour 2. It's going to start in just a moment as we have more on Trump's legal woes heading for the Supreme Court, as well as Congress. They're returning to Washington next week, and they have a long to-do list, so stick with us for coverage because hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
From our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
2 major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover them.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Kaylee Lines flying solo and missing Joe Matthew today on this Thursday, the 4th of January, which puts us 4 days out from the return of Congress to Washington, 11 days out from the Iowa caucuses, and an unknown number of days out from a Supreme Court decision, potentially, on whether or not Trump should stay on the ballot in 2024. We're going to discuss all of this and more with former Republican Congressman from Virginia, Denver Riggleman, and former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman this hour. Plus, I know you've all been waiting with anticipation for the Epstein list. Documents related to the Epstein case have started to be unsealed in federal court. So what exactly have they told us? We'll have more this hour with Bloomberg legal reporter Eva Benny Morrison. First, though, as always, we got to get a check on the markets, and Charlie Pellet's got that for us. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. We have got the Dow, the S&P. They are both higher. NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index in the red. NASDAQ 100, in fact, flirting with its longest losing streak since December of 2022 as investors book profits on last year's winning tech names. S&P up 5 right now, a gain of 0.1%. The Dow up 137, up 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 10, drop there of 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 15, a drop there also of 0.1%. 10-year at 3.99% with a 2-year that's at 4.38%. Spot gold up $2 the ounce now to $2,043, up by 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 72.24 a barrel. Bitcoin up 2.8%, 44,150 on Bitcoin. Next up for Wall Street, the jobs report, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Wall Street time with a focus on job creation, the unemployment rate, and wages. Call Rick Adonis, chief U.S. economist at BNP Paribas, and he spoke this morning on surveillance with our Tom Keene.
And even more important than average hourly earnings is the employment cost index wage and salary component. That's running at 4.6. It needs to be at 3% or less to be consistent with 2% core PCE inflation. So we are simply, there's lots of good progress. The glide path is looking in the right direction, but there is still further room to run before we can feel more comfortable.
Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis has appointed Alberto Musalem, whose career included executive roles at Tudor Investment and the New York Fed, as its new president. Apple got its second downgrade this week, this time from Piper Sandler. Apple shares are lower. Apple down now by 0.8%. Recapping stocks mixed, S&P little changed ahead of the jobs report, up 2 now, up less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, as always, joining us from New York City. Meanwhile, I'm here in Washington. Mike Dorning, who helps lead our congressional coverage, is here in Washington, but most of Congress is not yet back in Washington. They come back next week, Monday or Tuesday, depending on if you're the Senate or the House. But that's not to say they haven't been on the move. In fact, there were over roughly 60 Republican lawmakers in Eagle Pass, Texas yesterday on a trip to the border led by House Speaker Mike Johnson. Border security, one of the issues that Congress is going to be trying to grapple with when they finally make their return for the new year. So joining us now with more on this is Mike Dorning. As I said, he's here in Washington with me in studio, in fact. So, Mike, obviously they made a lot of noise at the border yesterday. Does that actually translate to higher odds of legislative policy happening when they get back?
What it translates into is more and more of what's going on in Congress starting to get wrapped up into this immigration fight. Even before we went away for the holidays, the Ukraine aid and aid to Israel was wrapped up in the immigration fight. It looks like it's getting more likely that even the government shutdown now may be wrapped up in the immigration fight. Whether it winds up that way in the end or not clear, but at least in the early stages, they're looking to add this to that shutdown fight.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because there was a bunch of Freedom Caucus members, Bob Good, who of course leads it now, Eli Crane, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz too, all said yesterday while they were in Eagle Pass, shut down the border or we shut down the government. That's just a handful of members though, and that's not necessarily the message we got from Speaker Johnson himself.
Yeah, so I don't think that Speaker Johnson or the sort of center of gravity in the Republican Party is to, totally shut down the border. But they want to further restrict and particularly stop some of this migration that's coming into the United States through the southern border. And they see that, rightly as a big campaign issue this year. When in our polling, we're seeing that as the second most important issue to voters after, of course, the economy. But the economy looks like it's starting to get better. Consumer sentiment is improving. Inflation is going down. So you can see, looking ahead in the election year, the economy might be a little less of a worry to voters. But on immigration, that's a concern. That's a concern where a lot of voters are closer to the Republican Party at the moment than the Democratic position on this. So they want to ramp that up as something that's front and center in the debate.
But Democrats are willing, it seems, largely to make a deal of some kind when it comes to the border, knowing that it is a political headache for them and that there is a crisis there, and everybody seems to be on the same page about that. Where in the Venn diagram is the policy that Democrats can agree to that will be signed into law by a Democratic president, and what the House will pass? Because they still keep saying it's HR2, and we know that was dead on arrival as soon as they passed it in the first place.
So in the Senate, the Democrats and Kirsten Sinema, the independent, and some Republican negotiators are sort of circling around a potential deal that includes some limits on asylum and a few other restrictions. There have been a lot more migrants coming in that have been claiming asylum, and that is a big increase from prior years. So there's a potential deal, at least from the Senate standpoint, around asylum and a few other concrete issues. That may or may not be acceptable to the House. Some people in the center of the Republican Party that are more obviously anti-immigration than the Democratic Party, want to also address something called parole authority that the president has, which is basically the president has authority to let people stay in the United States, regardless of the law almost. And the president have used this authority for refugees, for other specific measures. And that's something that a lot of Democrats are leery of giving up because it's a key presidential power. So that's something where you could see it might go either way, that there might be some restriction on that or not. The HR2 more ardent Republicans, they want to build that border wall that Trump was promising. They want to make other more extreme changes there. And so you could see that's unlikely to reach a deal, but you could see a deal that starts with something that the Senate Democrats and Republicans can agree on, and then maybe when it goes over to the House, it gets a little bit more robust from the Republican standpoint.
All right, Mike Dorning, who helps lead Bloomberg's congressional coverage, thank you so much. So let's go now to someone who used to sit in the very same house to which we are referring. Former Congressman Denver Riggleman of Virginia is joining me now. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on the program. What do you think the real prospects are here of this House of Representatives agreeing with the White House and a Democratic-controlled Senate on border security?
Well, with the amount of finger pointing, I think it's going to be very difficult in the short term. I've been there. As you know, I'm very familiar with the Freedom Caucus. And the issue that you have, really, is that you have people trying to use, I think today, trying to solve problems today, right, with yesterday's technology and yesterday's thought processes. And I think the real issue that we have right now is going to be very difficult for the Republicans who support HR2 to actually come in and say, hey, we want to do this right now, right? We're willing to make a deal, because all you have to do is look at their districts. If their PVI, their political voting indexes are +8 or larger, it's going to be really hard to make a deal, especially in the election season that's coming up right now. So I think it's a long haul. I think it's a real long haul. But the issue that you have right now, the pressure is this: there are issues at the border. Let's be honest. And I do think the American public is starting to get fed up with it. So that might put a little bit of pressure on moderate Democrats to try to come to the table.
What about if that pressure comes in the form of threatening a government shutdown if there is no deal on the border? Should these two things be tied together?
Well, the Freedom Caucus is going to go hyperbolic. That's their MO. I don't think they should be tied together at all. And that's just, that's sort of political hostage taking, by the Freedom Caucus, or what they want to do. You should not tie that to shutting down the government. I mean, that's a lot worse, right? As funding for the border actually is affected by a government shutdown. I know I'm stating the obvious, but you do need adults in a room. And right now, the Freedom Caucus are not the adults in a room. It's going to be those in the middle. It's going to be, I would say center-right Republicans, what's left of them, moderate Democrats. They're the people that they're adults in the room. It's not the Freedom Caucus. And to link that is really irresponsible.
Would you describe, sir, Speaker Johnson as an adult in the room?
Not from what I saw with his press conference, no. It's almost like there's no wiggle room for any type of negotiation based on how they have to be. And I know that, right? That's the messaging that you're doing for your district. Speaker Johnson just isn't messaging for his district. He's messaging as the speaker now. So he has to protect those people in those R+8, over districts. But right now, I just don't think he really is serious enough. I don't think he has the gravitas or he has the ability to control the far right. I mean, you already saw Bannon coming out and other far right sort of mouth breathers already coming out and saying, that he's not living up to the standard that they need on the far right or as conservatives or whatever that definition is today. So I think he's going to have a real tough time. I just don't think he has the gravitas to really pull it off unless you got some more sane people that get to it. Here again, we need adults in the room here at this point.
Okay, so you don't think Speaker Johnson necessarily will remain Speaker Johnson at the end of these fights, knowing how things went for Kevin McCarthy?
Who knows? Trying to predict Congress is very difficult as somebody who was there. I remember when I was in intelligence training, I had a mentor tell me, like, the only way you can tell the future is after it happens. But I do think he's starting to get exceptional pressure from the far right. And I think that's why you saw what he was doing. You talked about the economy earlier. I thought it was really prescient. I think it was a great point by you. I think with the economy actually starting to improve, they need another issue to splinter in 2024. And that's why you saw that many people at the border. This was a political This was just politics. This really had nothing to do with actually getting anything done. This was just them fundraising and trying to get as many people on their side as they can on the far right. That's it.
Okay, so on the subject of politics, I wonder what role you think former President Trump plays in all of these conversations, knowing that Speaker Johnson is a longtime supporter of the former president. He already has endorsed him. Now you have essentially endorsements clean sweeping all of the Republican leadership because Steve Scalise and Tom Emmer both threw their support behind the former president this week. How does he factor in here into a calculus over something like potentially giving Biden a win on border security?
Trump is the elephant in the room. I mean, not to do a horrible pun there, but really, they're actually following the marching orders of Donald Trump. That's all they're doing. They were down there trying to impress their guy at Mar-a-Lago. We have a real issue on the border. We have real security concerns. Somebody who did 20 years, Air Force contracting, NSA, Office of Secretary of Defense, somebody who's a counterterrorism expert, which I am, not only on data, but targeting. I think it's ridiculous, right, that we have a Congress that can't come together about border security in a sane and humane way. So Donald Trump is not sane or humane in any way. So he is the one pushing the message here. And Mike Johnson's just going to be a mouthpiece. And again, it comes down to, if he's just sort of towing the Donald Trump line, he's not in a position to really make deals, have the gravitas, or the capability to do that. I think that's what should scare the American public, is that you still want to have funding. You do not want to tie border security to funding the government. I think that's an irresponsible move. It's not fair to all Americans, and it's not fair to CBP, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you mentioned the American public, which brings me to another question that also pertains to your intelligence experience and the way that was used in assisting the work of the January 6th committee. Because, Congressman, we are approaching the third anniversary of January 6th. It's this weekend. Obviously, we all know what happened on that day. That day is the subject of many legal issues for the former president, but it hasn't necessarily seemed to resonate with his base at all. It hasn't really changed any minds about him. Do you think that January 6th has potency still in the American electorate's view?
Boy, that's a great question, because I think, you always, look at the 3 to 5% in the middle that you can sway one way or another. And I would like to think, I know hope is not a viable course of action, so I hate to use the word hope, but I would like to hope there's 3 to 5% that still think about January 6th and saving democracy, that are going to vote because democracy need to be saved. But when it comes to the base, I would say it's much more than 35%. I know people like to throw that number out, but even here in the 5th District of Virginia, or even when you're looking at what's going on right now, you're looking at the sort of the breathlessness and the hyperbole that's coming out about January 6th. I mean, you just have a new, specials coming out from far-right media on the truth of January 6th. I just don't think it reverberates. I think January 6th is actually a real rallying point for most of Trump supporters. I think they bought into the stuff from the Tucker Carlsons and things like that. So I really think the myth and the conspiracy theories are something that's a real advantage for Donald Trump and the Republicans going into 2024. We just have to we have to message to that 3 to 5% in the middle, maybe a little bit more, that we do not want a repeat of January 6th or a president who would allow that type of nonsense and criminal activity to happen. I mean, it's really that simple. Either you're on the side of democracy and you believe that, what happened on January 6th was heinous, or if you think it was just a peaceful gathering gone bad, really, you're already unreachable after 3 years. There's nobody going to change their mind in the next day or two. And there's certainly not going to be anybody change their mind about January 6th before November of 2024.
Finally, Congressman, just in our final minute with you, on the idea of January 6th, Donald Trump asked the Supreme Court to take up the 14th Amendment case, overturn Colorado's ruling. He says in his filing that January 6th was not insurrection and he did not engage in it. And I know you're not a constitutional law expert, but you were enmeshed in the events of that day, what actually happened. Was it insurrection?
It was. Absolutely. When you look at command and control, we don't have to be ensconced in politics or in legal, sort of maneuvering to see that there were people who coordinated that day all the way up to White House staff. And we know that White House staff was involved, or at least texting, with people like the Oath Keepers. That is a fact. We know about phone records. We know the linkages. We know the amount of people that really thought that they were there in a coordinated fashion. We know about the Oath Keepers. We know about, the convictions of seditious conspiracy and the Proud Boys. So it was an insurrection. You just have a guy who wants to win. But again, if a majority of the public, or the majority of the Republicans, believe it wasn't an insurrection, he's going to get those votes. And, it doesn't have to do with legal maneuvering at all. It's actually about data, and the data shows what happened that day, period.
All right, a very clear answer from Denver Riggleman, former Republican member of Congress from Virginia. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow briefly remains higher. It is the S&P that briefly moved into the red. Right now, we have got the S&P up 1 point, little change there. The Dow up 128, higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 29, decline there of 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index down 36. That is a drop of 0.2%. Bottom line here, stocks are struggling to find direction ahead of the jobs report tomorrow morning, and the NASDAQ 100 is flirting with its longest losing streak since December of 2022. 10-year yield 3.99%, the 2-year 4.39%. Gold up $1.50 the ounce to $2,043, up by about 0.1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 0.7%, $72.24 a barrel. Bitcoin now up 3.5% to 44,331. Ryanair Ryanair Holdings is set to expand its headquarters in Dublin as growing travel demand prompts Europe's largest discount airline to bolster its operations. ADRs of Ryanair up now by about 1.7%. Again, recapping here, stocks are trading mixed. S&P now flat on the day. The Dow higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back to the fastest show in politics. I'm Kaylee Lyons, and I want to return to a subject we just spoke of with former Congressman from Virginia, Denver Riggleman, and that is the issue of January 6th, the events that took place on that day, which he says were indisputably insurrection. But that is really the question surrounding the case of the 14th Amendment and former President Trump as he is seeking the Oval Office once again in this election year. We know that Donald Trump yesterday has asked the Supreme Court of the United States to overturn a ruling from Colorado which bars him from the ballot on the grounds of the 14th Amendment. Trump in the filing saying that he did not engage in insurrection, that the events of January 6th were not insurrection in the first place. So let's get more on this now from an actual legal expert. Joining me now, expert Nick Ackerman is with me now. He is a former Watergate prosecutor. Nick, thanks so much for coming up back on the program. It's always great to speak to you. First of all, is there any world in which the Supreme Court would decide not to take up this case?
I can't imagine that the Supreme Court is not going to take this case. I mean, they just have the practical problem that if they don't take it, they're going to get decisions from all different states, and it's just going to be a patchwork of inconsistencies in what is supposed to be a national election.
Well, Nick, you mentioned all these different states. Obviously, there's a number at play here. Maine also has ruled to keep him off the ballot. That has, too, been challenged. I know you think that the Supreme Court ultimately should uphold Colorado's ruling on the grounds of the 14th Amendment, but if they don't, how will it impact the cases in the other states? Because if they don't actually make a decision around insurrection, if they want to avoid that and they find, a procedural means or something like that, would that necessarily be applicable to the Maine case or any other case?
Oh, I think whatever they do, it's going to be applicable to all 50 states. And there's just no way they can get around that. If they don't do that, it's going to be really kind of bedlam in the sense of he's on the ballot in some states and not on the ballot in other states. That just wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, so it'll be a blanket ruling regardless in your mind. When do you think we'll actually get it? How quickly would you expect the court to act on this?
Well, I mean, they just filed, Trump just filed his cert petition yesterday asking the court to review it. If the court first has to decide whether it will do so, which I think it will, and then there'll be a briefing schedule. So we're looking at probably at least a month before oral argument on this, unless they really try and expedite it. And they could, that's possible.
And I wonder if the pressure of the primary in Colorado actually being in early March may dictate how they think about timing here. Something else that's supposed to happen in early March, or at least Jack Smith would like to see happen in early March, is the start of the trial in the case here in Washington, where federal charges have been brought against the former president for his actions around the 2020 election. Jack Smith, though, in that case, didn't actually charge Trump with insurrection. And I wonder if the court were to make a decision around the insurrection question in some form, does that undermine potentially any of the other charges that Smith actually brought in terms of the strength of his case?
It should have absolutely no impact on his case. His case is a criminal case. The issue about whether or not Donald Trump is qualified to be on the presidential ballot is purely a civil matter. And it's totally aside. Both issues are completely different. Now, it could be that the Supreme Court, and I've suggested this, is that in order to determine and to, at least if there's any question in their mind, whether or not the evidence that was presented before the January 6th House Committee was sufficient on insurrection, they certainly have the right to reach down into the grand jury that brought that indictment and review some of that testimony that has a bearing on this issue. For example, the testimony of Vice President Pence would be highly relevant to this question. And I think if the Supreme Court were to do that, it would certainly show that they're taking the extra mile to look at the issue and come up with a decision based on not just the January 6th committee, but also other testimony, including Donald Trump's own vice president.
So do you think the time it takes them to do that work, even if the Jack Smith case technically is unrelated, could actually cause a timeline issue for the Jack Smith case? Again, this is a trial that he wants to begin in early March. If the court is still enmeshed in this 14th Amendment question, does that move that timeline farther out?
Totally irrelevant to that. Has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
The only issue that right now is delaying the D.C. case is this issue about presidential immunity, which is going to be argued before the D.C. Circuit this Tuesday. I would suspect that they are going to deny Trump's claim for immunity. It's going to be very quick. And I also suspect the Supreme Court will not take up that issue. They have enough problems already now with the 14th Amendment. So I think this case is going to go in March as scheduled.
On the subject of scheduling and dates around this case, in regard to it specifically, Trump today accused Jack Smith of violating a stay order and wants him held in contempt as a result. What's your thought on that matter?
Total nonsense, all political. Has nothing to do with what Jack Smith is doing. He is entitled to file motions in the case in D.C. The only thing that the stay does is it means that Trump's lawyers don't have to do anything until the D.C. Circuit rules. Again, it's just posturing by Donald Trump.
Well, so let's turn to not Donald Trump, but the role of other actors in this, including the justices. This is something you and I have discussed before, the issue of Clarence Thomas, knowing how closely his wife, Ginny Thomas, is tied to many of these issues that this court is dealing with or going to have to deal with. How should we be thinking about what happens if Clarence Thomas does not recuse himself and what it means for the court going forward?
Well, certainly he should recuse himself. I mean, his wife was involved with Mark Meadows in discussions with people in the White House that all surrounded this insurrection and what occurred on January 6th. So by every right, he should not be deciding this case. However, there's really nothing to enforce that. If Clarence Thomas decides that he wants to decide the case and be involved, he can do it. So we'll just have to see what happens. If he does, it's certainly not going to help the reputation of the court. And I'm sure that others on the court aren't going to be too happy about it. But there is nothing really with any teeth to enforce that kind of recusal.
Yeah, I guess we will have to wait and see. Finally, Nick, I'd love to get your sense of something we've talked about a few times on this program and over the course of the last several weeks, which is the notion of the judicial branch, of the court system, deciding these things that are so crucial to American democracy, rather than all of it being in the hands of the American voter. What role should the courts serve here? Do you see merit to that argument that this is up to the electorate? It shouldn't be up to people on a bench.
Well, it's not really up to the electorate. There are a whole series of items in the Constitution that are prerequisites and pre-qualifiers before somebody can even run for president. He has to be 35 years old at least, has to have been born in the United States, has to have resided in the United States for at least 14 years, cannot, if he's been re-elected twice as president, cannot be elected a third time. And the last requirement is this one, that he cannot have been in a situation where he took an oath to defend the Constitution, engaged in an insurrection, and then hold office in the federal government, president and other offices. So these are all prerequisites before you even get into the game, before you even get into the election. And the obvious branch of our government to enforce those rules is the Supreme Court. Now, keep in mind, this has never happened before with any of these rules. No one who's been 14 or 20 has tried to run for president and taken this up with anybody. to try and determine whether the person was really 35 or 14, nor were they a citizen born in the U.S. And certainly no president before this has ever been involved in an insurrection against his own government.
Yeah, these are unprecedented times that we're in, and we're very glad that you can join us to shed some light and insight into them. Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor, thank you so much, as always. We do, though, now want to get a check on world and national news elsewhere with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. U.S. officials say Russia is receiving weapon support from North Korea, possibly from Iran as well, as it continues its war on Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby is confirming ballistic missiles are included in the North Korean package.
These North Korean ballistic missiles are capable of ranges of approximately 900 kilometers. That's about 550 miles. This is a significant and concerning escalation in the DPRK's support for Russia.
Kirby says the U.S. will impose additional sanctions against those working to facilitate any arms transfers between Russia and North Korea or Russia and Iran. He also urged Congress to approve more aid to Ukraine. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is filing a lawsuit against 17 charter bus and transportation companies that have transported migrants to the city over the past 20 months. The lawsuit is seeking the payment of costs associated with caring for the nearly 34,000 arrivals. That's estimated to be at least $708 million. Officials are providing very few details about a shooting this morning at a high school in Iowa. This happened at Perry High School, 40 miles northwest of Des Moines. Dallas County Sheriff Adam Infante briefed reporters earlier today.
This morning at approximately 7:37 a.m., we had a Sears radio activation at the high school, which indicated an active shooter situation. An officer first arrived within 7 minutes of that activation and located multiple gunshot victims.
Infante did say the danger to the community has passed. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got the S&P in the red now, lower by 2 points. Lower little change, down 0.1%. The Dow holding on to a 91-point gain, up by about 0.3%. NASDAQ 100 index down 44, decline there of 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 38, a drop now of 0.3%. Treasury yields rose. Stocks are drifting ahead of another jobs market read after fresh data this morning sparked doubts about how soon and how deeply the Fed could start cutting rates. 10-year yield 3.99%, with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.38%. Spot gold up $1.50 the ounce to $2,043. Little changed, up less than 0.1%. Crude down 0.6%, $72.23 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 2.9%. 44,172 right now on Bitcoin. The NASDAQ 100 index is flirting with its longest losing streak since December of 2022, as investors book profits on last year's winning tech stocks. Wall Street, meanwhile, is looking ahead to tomorrow morning's jobs report. Of course, complete coverage as that number drops at 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Julia Pollack is in the trenches of the labor economy. She is chief economist at job search site ZipRecruiter.
2 months ago, I would have said that the labor market has just come back into balance and is back to pre-pandemic normal. Now, I actually think there is quite a lot of risk that the pendulum has swung too far in the other direction. The JOLTS data that came out this week, I think, is cause for concern. The hires rate dropped to the lowest rate since 2014 outside of the pandemic recession. It's 3.5%. Before the pandemic, it was 3.9%. That's a very steep drop.
And you can hear more of that conversation with Julia Pollack on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Earnings news. Conagra Brands has cut its fiscal year guidance on expectations that cash-strapped shoppers will continue to buy less packaged food in coming months. The Chicago-based company now expects organic sales to be down 1 to 2% for the year ending around late May, compared with a prior forecast for 1% growth. Conagra's brands include Slim Jim Meat Snacks, Duncan Hines Cake Mix, and Hunt's Tomato Sauce. Conagra shares, they are trading lower today. We do have Conagra down now by about 2.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back to Sound On. I'm Kaylee Lyons, flying solo today as Joe Matthew is off. And we need to talk about a story that's been buzzed about for weeks, and it's finally upon us. The slow trickle release of the so-called Epstein list has begun. If you don't know what I'm talking about, which that's okay if you don't, but it's been all over social media for some time now. It's previously confidential documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. There's been a years-long battle to have them unsealed, and that actually now has begun. We're talking hundreds of documents here. The first batch of them came out yesterday. They were all filed initially as part of a 2015 lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, who of course was convicted about 3 years ago, 2021, of participating in Epstein's sex crimes. But are we learning any new details about Epstein associates that we didn't already know? Here with an answer to that question, hopefully, is Bloomberg's legal reporter, Ava Benning-Morrison, who has been all over this story. So, Ava, what have we learned that we didn't know already?
Not a lot, to be honest. We saw the first tranche of documents unsealed last night. There was about 40 of them, and there was a lot of speculation that this was going to be some sort of Epstein client list. Certainly wasn't that. It was a collection of emails, parts of depositions, emails between Maxwell and Epstein himself. There was a lot of names that we had already heard of. President Bill Clinton, Donald Trump was mentioned in there. Alan Dershowitz. There were a couple of new ones that were mentioned in passing by a woman who used to give massages to Epstein. She said she had dinner at his house once, and one of the guests was David Copperfield. She said that David asked her whether she was being paid to bring other women to the house. That was about as far as the conversation went. There was another name mentioned as well, Michael Jackson. The same young woman said that she met him at one of Epstein's houses as well. So a lot of old information that's been put in the spotlight again, and looking through some of that material and picking out the names that have been unredacted.
So no client list, as you say at this point, but we are expecting more documents, right? Just how much more do we expect is going to be unveiled?
We are. So, as I said, there was only about 40 that were unsealed last night, but we're expecting hundreds. A lot of this material, all of this material, was filed during a defamation case that was brought by one of Epstein's victims against Ghislaine Maxwell. That was filed in 2015 and settled 2 years later, but there's been this really long ongoing battle to try and have a lot of this evidence unsealed, and it's taken several years for the judge to go through everything, hear objections from people who don't want their name out there and don't really want their name associated with Jeffrey Epstein for a myriad of reasons. So we're expecting to see the rest of that material trickling through in the next few days.
And I wonder, other than sheer human curiosity, perhaps the fueling of talk around the water cooler, what this material actually means for some of the actors named here. You mentioned we already knew about some, a former president, Bill Clinton, a member of the British royal family, and Prince Andrew. Could any of this information actually result in legal action against them that hasn't already been taken, or would that have happened already?
I think that would have happened already. The parties involved in this case, whether they were directly involved in the lawsuits or they've just been mentioned in it, they already know the context of when their name came up and how it came up. I think in some cases it might help provide a little bit more context about why someone like former President Bill Clinton had his name tied up in this litigation, and might help quell some of the conspiracy theories around who was on Epstein's plane, who wasn't, who went to the US Virgin Islands, where he had a private island there, and who didn't.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of questions that people want answered. And this is all discussing matters that took place years ago. I mean, Epstein himself has been dead for almost 4 years now. He, of course, committed suicide in the summer of 2019, and all of his crimes had happened, many of them significantly before that. So how is this still resonating across the financial world? Because, of course, we've seen some big names like Jess Staley, for example, get embroiled this and kind of have a career downfall as a result.
Exactly. That's one of the most mind-boggling parts of this, I think. Epstein has been dead for a few years. A lot of his offending happened more than a decade ago, but we're only really starting to learn about the breadth of the network he had across Wall Street, across political spheres, even in the entertainment industry as well. And that's because of these lawsuits that are being brought. This one has obviously been going on for a while, but the lawsuit you mentioned that involved Jess Staley, that was only filed last year and the year before and resolved last year. And that brought up a whole new category of names and people that had rubbed shoulders with him in the past. And it was pretty embarrassing for a lot of people.
Yeah, Ava, I'm still trying to get my mind around the idea that last year was 2023. The year before that was 2022. It's one of those New Year things. Just finally, as we talk about timing, knowing more documents are coming, should we expect another drop tonight? Is there going to be any kind of consistency in the rolling out, if you will, of this material?
I think so. We've been told that we could expect to see some more documents unsealed today. And then after that, I think it'll be quite sporadic. It's hard to tell. We were expecting some of the documents a bit earlier than when they dropped last night. So we'll just have to wait and see. But, I think we here at the courthouse and a lot of other reporters and members of the public are furiously refreshing the docket looking for the next tranche of documents.
Oh, that I know to be true. And it's going to be a waiting game, perhaps, for Ava and everyone else. Ava Benny Morrison, our wonderful Bloomberg legal reporter, thank you so much for shedding some light on the details of this. The so-called Epstein list, maybe not actually so much of a list, at least of clients, but we'll see what else can be gleaned from this material as it continues to come out. We'll have some final thoughts coming up next as we wrap up this second hour of Sound On. So stick with us right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. An 11% drop right now for shares of WW International, the old Weight Watchers. WW lower after Eli Lilly launched a digital healthcare platform for home delivery of select medicines to patients in the U.S. with obesity, migraine, and diabetes. Apple got its second downgrade this week. It was already the least loved big tech stock on Wall Street. There are growing concerns over iPhone sales. Piper Sandler cut their rating on Apple, citing a weak macro environment in China. Qualcomm has announced the Snapdragon XR2 Plus chip designed for virtual and mixed reality headsets. It will compete with Apple's forthcoming Vision Pro. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Tom Busby.
Charlie, Qualcomm is the biggest maker of mobile phone processors. The San Diego-based chip maker said the new component, which can run 12 or more high-definition cameras, will be used by Samsung Electronics and Alphabet's Google on products under development. The market for devices that project information into the user's view of the physical world has fired up last year by Apple's announcement that it would sell a mixed reality headset. Qualcomm's chips have been at the heart of many of other companies' attempts to lure consumers to the category, which has not yet taken off. Charlie?
And that's Tom Busby reporting. And shares of Qualcomm today are trading lower. Right now, we do have Qualcomm down by about 0.9%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound on Bloomberg Radio.
We're not quite done yet here on Sound On. We still got to bring you another check on world and national news. So let's get that now with Nancy Lyons in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is going after Texas charter bus companies that have been transporting migrants to the city. In a lawsuit, he's seeking $708 million from 17 charter companies to cover the costs of caring for the migrants that were transported. He cites the busing is a violation of a New York social services law that requires companies to cover the costs if they intentionally transport people in need of shelter or services as part of a bad faith plan. Senate talks are continuing on ways to secure the border. House Speaker Mike Johnson insists that the House immigration bill is the answer. But Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford says the House bill would never make it past the Democratic majority in the Senate.
I can't get a Democratic Senate to be able to agree with that at all, and I can't get a White House to be able to agree with that.
But it sounds like...
But we still have to be able to secure the border. I mean, we still have to be able to do something. We can't just do nothing.
Senator James Lankford speaking with reporters. The White House notes President Biden's supplemental funding package does include money to hire border agents, asylum officers, and immigration judges, as well as technology to stem the flow of fentanyl. We're learning more about foreign spending at Donald Trump's businesses while he was president. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager has the story from Washington.
20 foreign governments or state-linked entities shelled out at least $7.8 million at Trump properties during his time in office. That's according to documents provided to the House Oversight Committee by the accounting firm Mazars. A report from committee Democrats says the Chinese government was the biggest spender at more than $5.5 million. Saudi Arabia was a distant second. The report argues this may be only a small fraction of foreign spending at Trump properties due to incomplete disclosures. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Kaylee.
Nancy, thank you so much. Now, of course, in the news today has been Iowa after a mass shooting that, or a school shooting there at Perry High School. We don't necessarily know all the details at this point. We know there were multiple injuries and the suspected shooter was killed of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But of course, it's happening in Iowa just days ahead of the all-important Iowa caucuses. And as a result, this is something that Ron DeSantis, who has been campaigning heavily in Iowa, was asked about today when he sat down for an interview with NBC News. This is what he said.
We obviously, have a responsibility to create safe environments. Federal government's probably not going to be leading that effort. I think it is more of a local and state issue, but we've shown how it's done in Florida. The things that we've done have been very, very effective, but we also just have